You mute ah? Can hear you. Hi Ken. Hello, hello. Try speaking. Still can't hear you.
That's can you all hear me? Settings. Microphone change. Speaker is the speaker phone. Microphone change to the.
Could you change to
Speaker change to.
microphone change to yeah.
So, or what the TV station?
Yeah, you find this
And then. The PVC. Settings lah and
Where is it?
Yes.
Okay, I need to apologies for that, guys. Can everybody hear me now?
This way, they wanted to continue.
Can everyone hear me now?
I think that's why he
Just. Can I get some response? Am I audible? Bro, your laptop happens.
Okay.
No, the FN is on.
Oh, so you should.
Oh, number.
Yeah.
It's all of you here. That's. But not very clear. Okay. I'm going to change my market settings. Is this better? Can you all hear me now? Okay, great. One moment. Yeah, I need to get to my slides and other things because we just have to change our laptop because the previous laptop wasn't working very well. Hey, good morning, everyone. Good to see some of you again. Some of us, we met the last time we did the FRGS workshop a number of weeks ago. Some seeing each other again for the first time in a long time, perhaps. So Xiao-san, right? Xiao-san, hey, hi. Sorry, yeah, suddenly cannot recognize people. So can everyone see my screen? Is that visible? Okay, yeah. All right. Thank you everyone for coming. Appreciate you all taking the time to listen to me ramble for a few hours. Today's training is supposed to last until 1 o'clock. I will try to finish it within 2 hours. If that's what, unless you really want to talk to me, yeah, I'll try to give further input or further information as we go along now. Okay. Content itself, I'll try to finish fast. Okay, but I've been requested to do some updates on some of the additional policies that have been recently updated at UOW. So I'll go through that as well. Okay, so if there's any questions, you can ask me with regards to how does it compare to other institutions. I will give you my best answer. But then, you know, some of these things may have to refer back to those who have actually drafted it lah. Okay. Yeah. So the point of today's training is to give a more wider perspective of postgraduate supervision, to discuss about what are some of the various experiences in postgraduate supervision, and also to talk about, to sort of reflect and discuss about your current experiences in managing postgraduate students, and sort of figure out what's the best way forward. Okay. So out of the people who are in the room and those who are online, how many of you have PhD students under your care at the moment? PhD. So Jasmine, I know. Jackson got, one, you know, right? Jiao San, PhD, masters. Online? If you have a PhD student under your care. Anybody has PhD students under their care? Just put on. Okay. Ashraf, yes. Okay, great. Master students, and how many people has a master's by research student under your care? I think just about everybody here, probably. Guan Yi, maybe master's previously got. Susie? We're going now. Jackson got master's. One. Great. So yeah. I guess that part of being a part of a university, right? Now that UOW has made the transition from university college to, is making the transition towards being a university. Part of that journey, it revolves around moving towards postgraduates. Okay, moving towards, sorry? I can't confirm that, not me. That way you talk to somebody else. That means they talk to somebody else. Yeah, not me. I don't know. So as far as I heard lah, you know, that process is ongoing, or yes, already, I'm not sure. But as far as I know, this particular institution is moving towards being confirmed as a university proper lah.
Yeah.
Part of that transition is about, you know, first of all, the staff has to transition from just teaching coursework programs to being able to teach research programs as well. Okay, it's not just about having homegrown programs. It's also about, can the university produce research? Can the university produce postgraduates by research? Okay, those are the sort of like the hallmarks of a university in that sense, based on the MQF sort of guidelines. With that in mind, okay, postgraduate supervision is something that you can't really run away from at the university level, and in some cases also university college level, because university college level was always meant to be a transition sort of stage. You know, you cannot be neither college or university for too long. You know what I'm saying? You're university college because you're moving towards being a university. So from that perspective, right, moving towards becoming a university means that as academic staff, right, we require that kind of growth for us to actually be able to move on with our careers. Okay. Regardless of whether it is with this institution or other institutions, I'm speaking more broadly here. Okay. Having postgraduate students under your care and being able to move and being able to graduate them, okay, is yeah, finish my sentence first. And being able to graduate them, right, is one of the criterias for actually qualifying us as either associate prof level or professor level. Okay, sorry, Jackson, your question.
So that's why the challenge is helping our candidates to complete.
Yeah.
The course. That is the
Correct. So there are a few different strategies to actually make that happen. Okay. So today, basically, I'm going to be sharing some of the sort of ways that either I myself am trying, or I have observed other people, particularly where I come from, that they actually do, as well as some of the trainings that I myself have attended when I'm in UM. Okay. Disclaimer here, right? I am not a full professor, or I don't have like years and years of experience managing supervising students. What I can tell you is the experience of students who are going through being supervised by university lecturers. I can also tell you what is it like supervising students in this after 2020, meaning to say what kind of expectations students are actually providing to, what are expecting from their supervisors, and to some degree, what is the expectation when they are comparing institutions. Okay, because you like it or not, right? When you are going into the market of postgraduate by research, okay, you are dealing with a lot of competition, not just against private universities. The main competitor for postgraduate by research, right, in Malaysia is public universities, like it or not. Okay, why? Because public universities have resources to actually bring in postgraduate by research. We tend to have more grant money. Okay, and the way our structure is set up, right, we can actually hire postgraduate by research students essentially as staff. Okay, so they get salaries, they get essentially scholarships, you know. So they can actually set up as a postgraduate by research student, and they can basically earn an income to support themselves during the few years that they are here. UOW, on the other hand, is trying its best to match some of the facilities given to all of these facilities given by these public research institutions. So the policies as well as the guidelines that have been implemented, right, don't just reflect the program standards that have been placed by MQA, but they are also in some ways mirroring what is provided to postgraduate by research students in public ULA. Okay. So in that sense, right, today we're just going to talk a little bit about what are the different things that motivate students, and also how do you actually manage them, right? So to give you guys, I think I saw a few new names in the chat room. I don't know if everybody knows me. Definitely over here, everybody familiar face. Okay, so I know everybody here. But just for the sake of those of you who are online, in case we haven't met before, my name is Kenneth. I used to work here under the Postgraduate Research Center. I'm currently attached to the Department of Science and Technology Studies at University Malaya under the Faculty of Science. And I was previously basically handling most of the research policies in UW. I handled most of the postgraduate by research programs, and that was basically my role. Okay. At the moment, I am supervising altogether 3 PhD students. All of them co-supervising. Okay. All of them, I'm not the principal supervisor. But the story is that when you are co-supervising, you're also counted as a supervisor. Okay. I'm supervising 3 PhD students, one of which is with Jasmine. Okay. Over here. I am actually officially an adjunct senior lecturer at UOW. So I am technically speaking paid staff over here that's not being paid. In theory, okay? Staff that's not being paid. So So that's basically my current role. Yeah.
Okay.
I have total of 2 masters by research students. Okay, both are actually studying here. So one of them has already submitted her thesis. Another one is currently collecting data. All right. So total, I have 5 postgraduate by research students under my care. I have 1 more PhD student coming in UM side next coming semester. Okay. And yeah, so that's basically my portfolio when it comes to postgraduate by research. On top of that, my master's by coursework, I am supervising on average about 4 students per semester. Okay. Some of which I am planning to convert into PhD students in the future. But my limit for PhD students is, I think, 7 PhD students before I hit my limit. So yeah, Jackson, your question?
No, from my own experience, yeah, which match, yeah, but yeah, candidates, should be, what you call, yeah, by the, not by the, appointment, but here, you know, without any, knowledge, you know, that the management actually just to assign, you know,
Okay,
how is it?
Yeah. I'll get to that. I'll get to that in a bit now. Okay. So the story is, I'll talk a little bit about that later when I get into my slides proper. But yeah, that was something that was a bit of a unique situation. Okay. But then let me address that in a short while. So just to give you a bit of background about myself, right? Just to continue on, right? After I left KDU, not everybody knows. I think most people would know this. Basically, whenever you go in nowadays, if you manage to get into a public university, typically they'll give you a contract. Okay, you won't actually get. There are no such thing as permanent contract anymore. If you start off in any other university nowadays, even public or private. Okay. For some reason, my wife got a permanent contract. I don't know why. Okay, but typically it is a contract. I've been given 3 + 3 years. You need to say that within 6 years, I need to meet the criteria for associate professor. Otherwise, I might not be in UNM forever. Okay. So within the 6 years, right, as per the AP guidelines, I'm supposed to graduate at least either 2 PhD students and 2 master students, or 3 PhD students. Typically, the attrition rate, right, for PhD students is about 50%. Meaning to say, if you take 4 students, right, probably only 2 of them will graduate. Typically, okay? And there's a lot of reasons why, okay? In the same way, if you take 2 master students, not necessarily all of them will graduate, okay? In UM, they will not only count the number of graduates, they also consider the question of graduate on time. Meaning to say, if your students take too long to graduate, also that will be counted against you. Okay. Yeah, so that is the sort of the process when it comes, but sort of the expectation that's being put on us when it comes to this sort of things. Other universities, they may not necessarily have the same kind of level of stress. Okay. But I can just tell you my experience. Okay, that's just my sort of like my introduction. And sort of one of the motivating factors for us to take on a lot of postgraduate by research students. Okay. So in UM, right, if some of you here are UM graduates, you're UM graduates, right? You all know that a lot of your professors probably will have a lot of students. Okay, they have a large group of students, a lot of PhD students, a lot of master students. And a lot of this is because they are using them to sort of run their research programs, or they run their research projects. Okay, so like it or not, right, having a lot of postgraduate by research students, right, is also one of the drivers for you to come up with a lot of research output. Okay, so a productive kind of academic career will have it's a situation where you have not just teaching your coursework-based programs, but also having your postgraduate by research in order for you to fulfill your teaching criteria, teaching KPI, and as well as your research KPI. Okay. Admin KPI, no need to say that one you have to do yourself, no choice. Okay, but generally speaking, the less hands that you have, right, working on your projects, the more stressed you will be because you have to do more things on your own. Okay, so academic career is really about being able to manage others and being able to manage your students, as opposed to managing just yourself. Okay, so it's not supposed to be a lone wolf game lah, in that sense lah. So that's a little bit about me. All right, let me just jump into the content proper. Okay, so some of you have seen a lot of these slides before. I've already amended it. It's not going to be exactly the same. Okay, so yeah, but then we will talk more about the various different policies that relate to the different parts I'm talking about. We'll spend more time talking about that as opposed to the typical things that we've been talking. Now, these are essentially the kind of students that I think you're going to get. Okay. So sometimes, every once in a while, I would say maybe 5% of the time, okay, maybe even less, you're going to get a fresh graduate who comes in and wants to do a postgraduate by research student. Okay. Mainly because they want to continue on with their studies. Okay. Or they want to continue on with a project that they were working on previously under their FYP. Okay, but very rare. Okay, very rare. So these kind of students, right, are those that have very good theoretical knowledge. Okay, they sometimes were already identified by the supervisor already as a potential master student. Sometimes they join, and this is typically during the COVID season when jobs were scarce, right? Sometimes they join because they couldn't able to find work outside. Okay, so they continue on their studies while they are waiting to find work. All right. So these fresh graduates, right, they may have relatively good writing skills, okay, because they are used to doing a lot of assignments. They still remember the theories that they have learned because they've just gone through the FYP. So they generally they can handle it when it comes to writing but they have very limited working experience. Okay, limited working experience can also mean that they have a limited amount of network. They have a limited amount of opportunities to observe the way industry works. Okay, so when you get these kind of students, they are going to be very quiet. You know, they will do whatever you tell them to do. You can scold them. They won't shout back at you. You know, those kind of things. Okay, so they are generally also younger. Younger also means they're less likely to be married. Okay, there's less likely to have children. You know, and then they're generally a lot more easier to handle. Okay, more willing to travel as well. All right, and generally quite easy to handle, but very rare. Okay, also they're usually very poor. Okay, so what it means is that they keep asking you about questions like, do you have scholarship? Okay, do you have grants? Okay, can I work part-time? Those kind of questions. All right. Now, when you're dealing with these kind of students, right, you need to understand what ultimately will motivate them. Okay. Are they more interested in money? Okay. How much do they actually need to survive? How much do they actually need to carry out their research? All right. For those of you who have grants, you can fulfill some of these requirements. For those of you who do not have grants, okay, then you may actually have to find other ways to supplement the income. Okay. However, if their motivation is strong, they may take up your program or take up your project out of interest. If they have a sponsor, like their parents or whoever. But a lot of times that's why they're very rare, because a lot of times, you know, parents, they don't necessarily would support postgraduate by research. Okay. So yeah, the fresh graduate is a very rare case, unless they're like super brilliant. Okay, super brilliant. They insist they want to become a professor one day. They want to do a postgraduate by research. Okay. Now they also have the aspiring academic. So the aspiring academic, right, normally is more senior. Okay, more senior. Sometimes you get people who are in the 40s or their 50s. They want to find sort of like a retirement plan, perhaps. They want to get into teaching. Okay. Or they want to actually, you know, like transition into out of industry. Okay. So these people, they feel very passionate. They like the idea of being very of being academic. Okay, they feel like teaching is the way to go for them. Then they want to do a PhD because then they can get a job teaching. Okay, the aspiring academic, right? Normally, it's quite enthusiastic. Okay, they may have read a lot. They may have seen a lot. Okay, but they may not necessarily have a lot of experience writing. Okay, so you ask them to talk, they can talk. Okay, let's just put it that way. You ask them to talk, they can talk. But the thing is, you ask them to sit down and actually do some writing, right? They may struggle. All right. So the way I deal with these kind of people normally, right, is that because I will always have a meeting with the student before I actually decide whether I want to take the student or not. Okay. So previously, last time lah, okay, when I was here, every time we get a inquiry, right, I would sort of do a matchmaking session where we sit down together. You can talk to the student, and then I will ask you whether you want to take this student or not take this student lah. Okay, last time lah, okay. And I always allow you guys to say no, okay, for various reasons. So one thing I always do, right, to test these students, right, and this is one of the students that's coming into UM now, is that I always tell them to, okay, we've talked a lot about all these things, you know, I asked you to do some searching or whatever, right? Can you get back to me with 800 words, basically summarizing or give me your thoughts on what we just talked about, okay? So I actually give them a very simple assignment, and I tell them, can you get back to me in 2 weeks' time, 800 words regarding this particular topic? So these kind of people, right? The thing is that a lot of them don't have a lot of time. Okay. So on the one hand, you want to test their ability and their commitment in order to actually to deliver what you actually want. And you also want to see whether they can actually back up what they say on paper. All right. So that's normally how I deal with them. Okay, because they can talk lah, they can talk, no problem. But the thing is that whether they can write or not, that's my main issue lah, and whether they are willing to commit or not the time to do it. Okay, so correct. So this is back then also lah. Okay, but also there are actually tools for you to check whether or not this was produced by AI or not. Yeah, but there are tools to check whether or not they're copy and pasted from AI. But at the end of the day, right, you cannot force everything one. If they really use AI to write, right, at least they put in the effort to use AI to write for you. You know what I mean? Not everybody will even put in the effort because you cannot control ma. If they really come in as students and they really want to use ChatGPT, what are you going to do about it, right? You know, so in the future, this is a separate conversation, okay? But you know, if the university employs certain tools to check, you know, or certain sort of software to actually make sure things like that one, right? That one probably TLC will handle that part lah. Okay, I don't know lah. It might be an extension of Turnitin or something of that nature lah. Okay, but I cannot say. But my point is that you want to see whether or not these people can walk the talk. All right. So the other thing is, if let's say you're getting these kind of people, right, and a lot of them actually come from, like we get a lot of Chinese students at UM now. Okay. They sign up for a master's by coursework, and they will tell you during their first semester they want to do a PhD. Okay, straight up, because for them, and it's also similar to the second, to some degree similar to the second one. For them, right, a job as an academic in China is actually very stable, and to some degree very well paying lah. Okay, so from that perspective, right, okay, then I will tell them that, okay, then during this master's program, right, we will work towards developing a good proposal for you to use as a PhD proposal. Okay, that is basically what I tell them. So these people are generally quite easy to motivate because ultimately they tie their future career to your project. Okay, they tie your future career to your project. These people are also generally can be quite stubborn lah. Okay, because they're passionate, right? Passionate people are stubborn people. Okay, they like what they like. Okay, they insist that this is what they want to do. Okay, so to some degree, they may not be so keen to explore other areas that you are keen on. They're more keen to actually do what they want. Okay, you tend to get this more with social science people. I think for Selsan, maybe not so much. Okay. But with social scientists or with business students, right? You tend to get people who are very keen just to do what they want to do. Like I've got one student, Malaysian, came back from the US, also got his master's from the UK and Tsinghua University or something like that, came to us to do like his second or third master's degree because he cannot find job. And very, very opinionated. But he insists that he wants to be an expert in sustainable finance. Okay. However, our program, we don't really focus so much on sustainable finance. But because he is also so clear about what he wants, right? That he is able to sort of forge his own way, talk his way into whatever. Okay. So right now he got a research assistantship or research fellowship with Asian Development Bank or something like that, or Asia Business School. Okay, the one that is attached to Bank Negara. Okay, so basically he's there now as a research assistant. So generally, sometimes you get people like that. Okay, they're very, very clear or very, very specific about what they want to do research on. Okay. Okay, the third one, right? And I think this is the one that a lot of you guys are getting in UOW, is the one with no choice, lah. Okay. They already have a teaching career. Okay, teaching career, yeah. They need to say they either have a master's degree, they're teaching, and then they cannot progress in their career without some kind of PhD. Okay. So they're willing to pay their way through a program. Okay, by hook or by crook, they want to get their PhD. Pay their way through, meaning to say they pay the institution, they can also pay other people to help them with their work. Okay. These people a little bit desperate lah. Let me tell you first lah, okay? Very desperate people. They may not necessarily they don't want to fully go through the entire process. Okay. So they can be very tricky to deal with, right? Because they want the output. They don't want the journey. Okay, so they are just there for a quick fix lah. Okay, the one with no choice, right? You kind of need to be able to motivate them with other things. Okay, so how do you motivate them with other things, right? You have to dangle different carrots in front of them lah. Okay, things like, okay, if you finish your PD now, okay, then we can finish your program by 3 years time. Okay, so focus small things. Okay, small little things. Okay, do your PD now. Okay, there's a conference happening in April in some exotic country. Okay, I want you to try to aim for that. So let's prepare a paper now. Okay, so they're thinking holiday. So I have to do the paper in order to get to that holiday kind of thing. Okay, so things like that. All right, you have to give them small little things for them to work towards. Okay, you will realize that their attention can be quite divided. Okay, especially because they are working at the same time. So, and also sometimes because they are mature students, they have to deal with family, and they have a higher risk for other life events because they are further on in their livelihood, right? So in that kind of situation, right, you have to be a little bit more accepting of certain disruptions. Okay, but at the same time, you have to graduate them. Okay, if you're going to take the student, you're going to find a way to graduate them. Okay, yeah. However, the one with no choice, right? A lot of times they may not know what they want to do. Okay, but they may be more willing to do your project for you. So if you don't require them to think too much, they are more happier to do so. Okay, so now if they're trying to be stubborn and at the same time they don't know what they want to do, right? It's a very difficult situation to be in. My suggestion to you is don't take a student. Okay, that's my suggestion to you. Whether your management feels that way or not, but this is being recorded, so I'm not going to get into that too much. Okay. So the story here is, if let's say they don't know what they want to do, they insist they want to do a PhD, then you will need to pitch your project to them. Okay. So you tell them, I have a project that I want to do. This is the proposal. Okay. Can you read through it and tell me if this is something that you want to consider doing? Okay. So at least there's a chance for you to get somebody to take on your own projects. Right? Now, if the person is like me like that, okay, I was quite happy to try different things lah. Okay. So then, you realize that you'll get somebody who's willing to learn, somebody who's willing to run. Okay. If they insist that they want to do their own project, then you say, okay, lah. Then you come back to me with a proposal with a similar format. Okay. Give them a deadline. Tell them to meet it. Okay. Yeah, so that's usually my deal with them. Let me move on. You also get the smart aleck. Okay, so some people who just want validation of their expertise, they want to go into consulting, they think that a PhD will actually help them. Okay, so a lot of times they are more industry driven. Okay, so like I have one student who is currently based in Bangladesh. Okay, he has 2 master's degrees. Okay, I think one from Sweden, the other one from Bangladesh. One from Sweden, one from Bangladesh. But he feels that a PhD will help him become more of an expert in that particular field. People will respect the DR more. So that his intention is not to use this to become a lecturer. He wants to become a consultant. Okay. Another area, right, that's where people want to do PhD is consulting as well as NGOs. Okay. Some people feel that to become a director of an NGO and for people to take you seriously, you need a doctorate. So civil society organizations, right? A lot of their heads, right, tend to want to do a PhD. Okay. So in those kind of situations, they would say, oh, I want to validate my expertise. I want to do a PhD. But these people tend to take much longer for them to actually finish up because they also have to run their business at the same time, or they try to do their work at the same time as well. Okay. But they are more hands-on with the direction of their project because they want to specialize in something that will help their future career. Okay, so whatever they want to do research on, right, reflects directly to their consulting career in the future. So in that position, right, these people tend to be very specific. Okay, so if you can help them, right, you have to let them know upfront how you can actually help them. Okay, if you can't help them, you need to refer them elsewhere. All right, either yes or no. The self-actualizer, on the other hand, is the one who wants to be recognized for their academic achievement. So some of them are very, very high achievers. Okay, they want to be recognized for it, so they are willing to work towards it. Okay, some of them are quite similar. Okay, but all of them want to have characteristics that kind of push them towards doing a PhD or towards doing a master's by research. Okay, for me, the one that is most easiest to manipulate, right, is either the one that's a fresh graduate or the one with really no much choice now. Okay, because they will see it as more of a career path. The rest will see it as more of a part-time thing. Okay, so it's a question of how you motivate between motivating a part-time staff and motivating a full-time staff. How are you going to deal with them? Okay, and make no mistake, yeah, bringing in a postgraduate by research student, right, is essentially bringing in your own staff. Okay, you're essentially bringing in your own staff, which means to some degree, right, you need to give them the pastoral care that you would a junior member of your staff. So think about it this way. You are basically starting a company. You're actually starting a self-proprietorship, which is you. Okay. The students that are working under you, right, are all sort of taking on different projects, but they are placed under your supervision, which means to say that they are ultimately be your output or your products and your services. Okay, so which means to say that you need to lead your students. Okay, you're not teaching them yet. You need to lead your students towards kind of getting to their final output, because ultimately these are the students that you will send out into the world carrying your brand. Okay, ultimately, all right. Why do I say that? So a lot of the lecturers, right, that you see in public universities, right, a lot of their industry grants, their consulting projects, their various other, other side things, right? A lot of them come from their own students. Okay, a lot of them come from their own students. Meaning to say these students spent years under their supervision. Okay, and then when they go out and work, or when they go out and become lecturers elsewhere, right? They ultimately they feed back into their supervisor. Okay, so maintaining a working relationship or a good relationship with your supervisor, right? Or maintaining a good working relationship with your supervisee, sorry, basically helps you to kind of build your network and build your team over time. Okay, that's kind of the process of sort of developing your legacy as an academic staff as well. All right, because you want to ultimately pass on your knowledge and your skills, and then these people will also sort of feedback to you and sort of give you sort of help you on with your journey as well later as you get more senior. Okay, so regardless of which of these 5 that you actually get right, ultimately they can benefit you in some way, and they can also be a real pain in the neck lah. Okay, either way lah. Okay, but when you get these kind of students, right, you realize that your own opportunities for your own career also open up. Okay, so for example, my master's by coursework students, because I supervise them, one of them actually works for a company that delivers online training in sustainability matters. This year, they brought me on as a consultant to basically help with their course management and also their instructor kind of management lah. So I'm preparing some guidelines for them. They pay me a certain amount. So basically, that's sort of like my consulting project. Okay. Some of my students go on to work for NGOs or go on to have managerial positions or wherever else. One of my students, no longer working for, but is still currently attached to a Malaysia Green Tech Corporation, government link agency lah. Okay, so we prepared her final project to ultimately be useful for her department. Okay, and based on whatever we prepare, right, we are going to basically set it up as a policy paper. Okay, that we are going to pass to them to actually see whether or not this is useful information for them. If it is, it opens up an opportunity for me to actually continue consulting with MGTC. Okay, so when you think about it that way, right? Okay, your network with your students, right? Your students are not a nuisance to you. Your students are going to be extensions of yourself. Okay, your students are actually going to help you in the future. So, like for example, I'm getting a lot of Chinese students. I don't see it as a problem. I see it as an opportunity for me to expand my research into China. Okay, so like I've got 2 students who are currently talking about working on agricultural sector. Then okay, that's sort of like my area. So I will basically send them back to China to actually do research there. Okay, and that will be my research output in the future. So during the process of dealing with them during my coursework, right, I basically implant my own ideas or my own intended research projects into their study. Okay, I basically tell them what my research is on, what I am interested in. If they want to work with me, okay, then I want them to work on my projects. Right? So I send them out to go back and do research in the areas that I wanted to do research on. I can get something back in return. Okay, it's a symbiotic relationship. Okay, if you know how to manage it, right? Okay, over time, right, you realize that these students are basically untapped potential. Okay, if you know how to manage them well and you get them to be very productive, ultimately you also will reap the rewards of it. The question is, if the students are not productive, then how? Okay, all right. But before we get into that, right? Now all of us here have at some point in time, we all had a supervisor before, right? Okay, just a quick sharing. I think some of us have done this before with me. Okay, what is the best thing that your supervisor has done for you? Anybody?
people positive. That is the university. Actually, the spoiler you don't know.
Your experience a bit unique, lah, Jeff. Okay.
Challenge.
Positive experience, challenge,
Challenge.
challenge. Okay.
Yeah.
Online, any ideas? Anything you want to share? Okay, I'm just watching the feedback. If let's say there's any, what's the best thing a supervisor has done for you? Jasmine, where do you do your PhD? Sorry? IUNW. Okay. The supervisor is from IUNW lah, not okay.
That's emotional support.
Emotional support.
We want force put a time and this because she has not even understand that.
Oh, okay.
So, my former supervisor resigned, so after I did my PhD, I need someone to handle some work, they can find anyone, so they just assigned her to me. So along the way, she frankly, honestly tell me she doesn't.
Okay. Yeah. So Jasmine, for those of you who are online who can't hear, right? Because I'm using the laptop speaker. Jasmine basically said that her supervisor provided mostly emotional support, mainly because she was also thrown in at the deep end at the same time. So the both of you had to lean on each other to survive through the PhD. Okay, interesting. Kwani, are you still? Have you started your PhD? Marina, you ongoing, right? Okay. How's the experience been?
This is my second supervisor I changed.
Okay.
First one is did not help me anymore.
Okay.
Yeah, so I changed. So but I was from public university. So public university, you know, they are very they're very rigid lah. They have one certain standards. And all.
Which public university?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, so but actually it's very good because I realized that when you do a really current, chapter 1 to 3, yeah, then it's to move to chapter 4 is
Not too difficult.
yeah, not difficult. Once you've done your PD with the good, current chapter 1 to 3,
Yeah.
then 4, 5 is,
Okay.
yeah. But it's challenging now because the fellow will challenge you, a lot of
Yeah.
things, yeah. So
So Munira was basically Marina.
now we get that right up from before.
I know, right?
Okay.
No, because I now have a colleague named Munira.
Yeah.
So anyhow, Marina was saying that her supervisor was very challenging. Okay. Basically rigid and also very detail oriented, I will take it. So that kind of helped her to kind of prepare for whatever that was going to come her way lah. Yeah. So different supervisors will do good things for the students. Some of you have heard about my supervisor. I'm not gonna get into it too much. But then my supervisor basically is only 2 years older than me. Okay, so we're both quite, yeah, only 2 years older than me at that time. I guess it was only about 32 when I joined. Okay. So we were together for about 4 or 5 years. And then basically the best thing he did for me was basically kept me fed lah. Okay, so he had a lot of projects. He had a lot of not just research grants, but he also had funding for consulting work as well. So I would manage to quit my job and basically just do my PhD full time. The one thing good about doing a PhD when you're still single, right, is that you can just focus on it fully. There was no qualms about traveling. There was no issues about anything else. I just had to keep myself supported, and that was it. And my grant could actually do that for me. So yeah, so basically I was essentially living in a monastery while I finished my PhD and then came here. Yeah. What's the worst thing that your supervisor had done to you? There's not a lot of stories lah. Let's just keep it short. Yeah, a lot of issues lah. This one, but anybody from Penang want to join in the conversation? So some supervisors can be abusive. Some supervisors can be absentee parent kind of thing. Some supervisors can be manipulative. Okay. Like I know stories of supervisors that tell their students one thing, but ultimately that will actually sabotage them in the future. For example, right, in UM, we have this very scary publication requirement for graduation. Okay, you need to say that you need to publish at least 2 ISI papers before you can graduate. If you don't show evidence of these papers being published, right, you cannot take your scroll. So even if you pass your Viva, and you cannot show that you've actually got these papers, right? Okay, now first of all, if you don't publish anything, right, you're probably not going to pass your Viva. Let's put it that way now. Okay, you're probably not going to pass your Viva. But then if let's say if they have still in press, right, or they have not yet been published yet, right, or still going through amendments, you cannot attend your own graduation. You have to wait until they publish, then you can attend. So the issue is some of these old professors, right, they will tell their students, you still have to finish your thesis first before you write your papers. So those kind of old concepts, right, actually, in some ways, they're not wrong lah, okay? Because for people like me, right, where I write a lot of papers, I find it very difficult to stitch them together into a thesis later, okay? Because it's like trying to put together a Frankenstein monster. It's very difficult. But then at the same time, if you don't send your papers off for publication early, the whole process of peer review, right? Anything can happen during that process. You know, your paper can sit there for 6 months and then get rejected. Okay. Your paper can, go through ding dong, don't know how many times before it gets fully accepted. Those kind of things. So a lot of students back then, right, actually suffered because their scholarships became a problem. Their funding became a problem. They were forced to pay back and things like that. Okay, so that was what happened during my time. So yeah, that can be a very tricky thing for supervisors. So all of us are all human. Okay, whether we like it or not, we can do good things for our students, and in some cases, our oversight or our own sort of bias, right, can ultimately, we can also do harm to our students as well, okay, without noticing it. So yeah, I think in the same way, the other 2 questions are quite similar to the first 2, okay. We probably would skip those kind of reflective questions for now. Let's just keep it short and snappy. Okay, but the idea here is to basically talk about, if you think about it from the concept of do unto others as you want it to be done to yourself, right? Okay. How do you want to manage your students? Okay, should reflect how you yourself want yourself to be managed, as opposed to you treat others as the way you were being treated. Okay, meaning to say, if my supervisor was harsh on me, I need to be harsh on you. Okay, now I'm not saying treat them with kid gloves, okay, because sometimes our students, as you can see in the previous slide, right, we have all kinds of students. Okay, the way to manage each type of student is different. Okay, the way to motivate them and the way to kind of inject urgency into them, right, is different. Okay, whether we like it or not. So we cannot necessarily have just one way of treating our students. Right? The one thing I noticed, right, because right now most of my students are older than me. Or I mean, yeah, a lot of my students are more senior than me. And because I'm in a public university, right? Some of them are on their study leave. Okay, meaning to say that they take leave from government service to do their PhD, and they join as part of their, yes, they're paid to do their PhD. They take paid leave, full-time paid leave to do their PhD for a few years and things like that.
Then
Complete
they
that.
go back, they are promoted.
And then when they go back to JPA, they'll most likely be assigned to a different ministry. They'll probably be promoted. This kind of things lah. The good thing is that they're promoted very high. Then they will remember the supervisor, and the supervisor get projects and blah blah blah. You know. But yeah, the story is that when you're dealing with people who are senior, people who are older than you, right? In my case, like I don't have children. They may have kids. You know, those kind of situations. You realize that it can be a challenge to communicate up. Okay. In the same way, right? In a private setting, right? I remember there was one student. I don't know whether he has already graduated. Joe Po. No, he graduated, yeah, right? Currently under Dr. Eddie. Ui. Yeah. Okay. So like Joe, right? Who's under School of Business, right? He's actually running his own company. Okay, so he is running his own company, I think on the, I can't remember exactly what he was working on already, but monetization, I think. His IT background, PhD student under School of Business. Yeah. No. So he's doing his PhD. He has his own business. His business is in both Malaysia, Singapore, and Australia. I think he has a PR in Australia as well. Very successful guy. Okay. Also alumni from KDU previously, like when he was still called KDU. But in his case, right, because he's quite senior, he's quite a lot of resources, right? It can be a challenge for you to manage someone like him as a supervisor, you know, because on the one hand, he may have more seniority. He's, you know, in a sense, more faster than you, seen more things than you know, all those kind of things, right? But ultimately, you still need to maintain that, you know, you're the supervisor, you have gone through this before, you actually have the theoretical background. He needs your theoretical background to get through this.
But what does he want a PhD? Where
Consulting, because if you have a doctorate background, right, and in your bio, you actually show that you have this kind of background. When you are actually proposing a project with market research in it, right, generally you have more credibility. Okay. So his intention, he's done the MBA before, you know, there's no issue. But the thing is that he wants a PhD. Okay. So yeah, so you get situations like that. Okay. So in that sense, right, when you're dealing with students like this, then you kind of need to, first of all, not waste their time. Okay. Provide them with practical assignments that they can actually finish. Okay. Give them something to do. Make sure they don't feel stagnant. Okay, so we need to say, right, if they insist they want to do their proposal defense by a certain time period, right, help them to meet the requirements of the proposal defense by that. Like in my case, I tend to believe in doing things in stages rather than in shorter stages rather than longer stages. So we need to say I would ask for things within 2 weeks or within 4 weeks or within 6 weeks, as opposed to within a whole semester. So I won't tell them like within this semester, can you please complete your proposal? Okay, they have no frame of reference. All right. So instead, I would say things like within 2 weeks, can you give me 800 words regarding your problem statement? Okay. For example, or by this period of time, we need to finish your objectives. Or by this period of time, I expect to see 30 references in your literature annotated bibliography. All right. Or by this period of time, we need to finalize your methodology. Things like that. Okay. Because then it's something that is specific. It's something that they can actually visualize. Something they can actually work towards. Okay. So we need to say by the time you add everything together, right, you will actually be able to go for your PD already by then. Right. So if you don't do this mapping with them early, right, they will struggle to meet it. In a way, you're going to set the Gantt chart for them. Okay? In that sense, you're setting the Gantt chart for them. So whether you like it or not, right, your supervisor has a lot of influence on you. Okay, and you may realize that you will want to do a lot of things that they did, but at the same time, you may want to not to you want to avoid some of the things that they did as well, lah. Okay. My supervisor gave me a lot of autonomy. Right. He gave me a lot of toys. At the same time, he gave me a lot of autonomy. So at the end of the day, right, it was really up to me to sort of determine. I had to self-motivate a lot, which may not necessarily work with the current generation of PhD students. Okay. The current generation of PhD students, right, those who are full-time, okay, some of them can be clueless of what they're supposed to do. They don't know what they're supposed to do at any given point in time. They may end up wasting a lot of time. Okay, like fresh graduates, right? They may struggle with finding tasks for themselves. They may sit around and wait. Okay, so if you give them a very long assignment period, right, they may not be able to motivate themselves towards it. Okay, so you have to require things from them. Okay, if you require things from them, right, then they will feel like, okay, my supervisor is on me. Okay, I like to set appointments every 2 weeks. Okay, so sometimes if my student is new, okay, I will set appointment every week. Okay, if they're very new lah, or if they have an issue with communication, okay, I will force them to meet me every week. Right? Simply because I need to get them used to the idea of constantly doing work. Okay. And at the same time, it also helps me to see what is their progress like and whether they're able to articulate the research that they have actually conducted or what they've actually read. Okay. So when you meet them every week, right, you know, it can be a bit meaningless to you because you're seeing them every week and you're not paying that much attention to it. But you have to get them to talk about what they are reading. Okay, get them to share what they have seen. Okay, then they will sort of be able to kind of improve slowly. Okay, so ultimately, right, a good supervisor must be able to know your area of expertise. Okay, so you need to give them the right readings. Okay, I always ask my supervisor, which authors do you recommend? Okay, what theories should I be reading up on? Which books should I consider looking into? Okay, so as a supervisor, right, like I would actually send my students references. Okay, I would say, okay, look at this. Okay, read through it, 7,500 words about it next week, for example. Okay, or I would say, okay, read this. Okay, we're going to discuss it next week. Okay, so just be ready. All right, then the next week, right, you have something to talk about during your meeting. Okay, but you yourself, it has to come from your own knowledge base. Meaning to say that this is something that you're also used to. You don't actually have to spend time studying it as well. The worst thing is that when a student, right, you tell them to come up with a conceptual framework, they come up with something that's completely alien to you. You have to spend time to actually read up on it yourself, which is also time that is, wasted in a sense lah. And then you realize that it's not relevant to what you want. Then you have to ask them to start again. Okay, then it's wasting time for everybody. Okay, so as a supervisor, for me, you kind of have to, in a sense, dictate their direction and kind of work them towards outcome that is possible or that is achievable. Okay. On top of that, you kind of need to have the skills as well to deal with your students. So understanding where they are, understanding what motivates them, okay, and being able to communicate and being able to kind of push them towards a particular direction. Okay, that's normally the skill when it comes to supervision. All right, like I said, you're dealing with a staff. Okay, how you deal with your junior staff? Like when you just join a company, right? How does your seniors deal with you? Okay, you tend to get small tasks, okay, to start off with. Over time, and then also at the same time, you tend to engage with them a little bit more, okay, to help them to understand the task that's being given to them, understand the kind of significance of it, and also ultimately be able to do tasks on their own independently. So which means to say that in the beginning, you may meet them more often. Over time, you meet them less often. And after a while, you kind of let them do their own thing. Okay. Also, you kind of need to have the right attitude when you're dealing with postgraduate by research students. Okay. So you have to read the sort of behavior. If they need a firmer hand, right, you kind of need to provide that. Okay. If they're generally quite, go-getter, right, then it's really not as big a deal. Okay. Okay. How much patience is too much patience? Okay. So if let's say a student is not meeting their goals, they don't show up for meetings, okay, and they are not able to deliver their writing as time passes, or they have neglected or abandoned their project entirely. Okay. My most important thing is that whether how responsive they are. Okay, if they come back and tell me I've been too busy, I wasn't able to do this. Let me try to catch up. I'm still okay. I'm generally still okay. If they just completely abandon it and don't talk to me at all, right, then that can be a problem. I would say always mention in your progress reports if let's say you are not happy about these sort of things. Put it under the confidential section of your progress report. All your progress reports, right, there's a section, right, that's meant to be submitted directly to PGRC and not to the students. Okay, your students are supposed to fill up the entire thing and send it to you. You are supposed to forward it to PGRC. Okay, so if you have confidential information that you would like to be brought up, you have to do it through that. That student can be put under probation in this kind of situation. Okay, which means closer monitoring or moving towards termination. Okay, so if you're not happy with the student's progress and you've already done your part, okay, then it is warranted for you to actually voice out that the student is not performing. Okay. However, this can be quite complex. In some cases, in UOW, where the student is also a staff member or your colleague. Okay. However, as your part as a supervisor, right, you have to kind of alert management to this because management also has a role to play. Okay. So don't be afraid, lah. Just put in the confidential, just put it inside the confidential remarks saying that this student has not met me this semester, or this student has not shown any progress this semester, and things like that. Okay. Because otherwise, the university cannot take any action. This thing will just continue to fester. All right. So that's the issue, lah. Okay. Yeah. Sorry, what time is it now?
10:15.
10:15. Would you guys like a break? Okay, let's reconvene in about 10 minutes. And just let's just take a quick break. Okay. Perhaps I'll continue lah. All right. I think it's been 10 minutes already. So let me just finish off my introduction here. So as a supervisor, right? Ultimately, our role is to the discussion that was happening earlier was talking about the difference between a student that's being assigned to you versus a student that is of your own choosing lah. Okay. How do I word this? So there's on the one hand, right? If you are seeking for career advancement, okay, regardless of what university or wherever it is that you work for, right? If you show evidence that you are currently supervising students or you have graduated students, the evidence is in your appointment letter that you have been appointed as a supervisor or that your student has graduated. These are all kind of like criteria for you to either seek for promotion or seek for another job lah. Okay. So yeah, so those are the things that you need to consider. Okay. At the same time, you may get students that come to you directly, meaning to say they know your background, they know your they used to be your student or whatever. They come and seek you as a lecturer or supervisor. You will also get situations whereby your boss comes and tells you you have this particular candidate looking for supervisor. Since your load for supervision is low, maybe we will bring you on as a supervisor as well. Okay, those kind of situations. Even in public U, you also get those kind of situations as well. But the difference is that because we are expected to supervise students, or supervision ultimately is required from us, right? We don't really think twice, okay? So there has to be kind of like a bridging between the students' interests and their intentions for a PhD, as well as our own interests and our own expertise as well. Okay. So if let's say the student wants to join, but it's not really in your area, okay, somebody has to give lah. Either the student has to make changes to the area based on your recommendations, or you may have to take the student on based on what they want to do, and you kind of need to adapt your expertise to what they're actually keen to do. Okay. What some people actually do is that they bring on a consultant, a third supervisor or another supervisor who is not going to be there all the time to kind of help with some of the subject matter. Okay, if let's say you're not able to fill that particular gap. In some cases, you would tend to focus more on advising on methodology or advising on certain requirements for graduation more than the subject matter itself. Because sometimes these students, they know more than you. Okay, they've done their own research, they've done their own reading and things like that. Okay, so you're just there to facilitate. Right. However, these need to be made clear between the student and the supervisor. Okay. Nonetheless, right, you are still also able to basically train the student and also socialize the student into the discipline as well. Okay, so those are the things that typically a supervisor would need to actually work on. Okay, so let's just get into the program milestones. Now, there are some changes to the proposal defense requirements that I've been made aware of just last night. Okay, with regards to how it's being assessed. Okay, but typically, right, when a student comes in, they will typically need to prepare for their research proposal defense normally by the end of semester number 1. Okay, typically lah. Okay. Prof Hon sent me this file last night because she said there were some edits that they just actually managed to put in. So she wanted me to brief all of you while I'm here. Because since you guys are gathered together, nonetheless, you know, because she was not able to make it today lah. Okay, so research proposal defense, right, should be conducted early in the candidature between 6 months to 18 months. Okay, half a year to 1.5 years of the full-time for full-time enrollment or equivalent of the thesis component of the degree for doctoral students from the date of program registration. Okay, so somewhere within the first 3 to 4 semesters, lah, in a sense. Okay, 3 to 4 semesters. If it's a master student, it should be faster. Okay, so we need to say about 2 semesters, they should actually go for the proposal defense by research. Okay. Yeah, compulsory, they have subjects they need to do as well. So propose a research methodology, and then yeah. So normally they will get enrolled into the courses in the first semester. Okay, normally. And then by second semester, they should finalize their proposal. For example, typically that's the process. If let's say you manage to get an FRGS, okay, or you manage to get a particular project already from another grant, right? For me, it's a very simple thing. If this student is hired under their grant, the grant should essentially be the proposal. Okay, which means to say, and your examiners, to some degree, right? Your examiners should be made aware of this as well. Okay, when you're appointing examiners, you are the one who's supposed to nominate your examiners, correct or not? So you need to make your examiners aware this is a funded project. Okay, in other words, that this project has already been vetted by ministry already in that degree lah. So to some degree, right, the proposal, right, should be, it's not really a formality, but it's more to assess the student's ability to appreciate the proposal itself or be able to articulate the proposal itself. Okay, so there is still a milestone for you to go through, but you need to, the examiner needs to be made aware that ultimately the foundation of that proposal is quite sound already. Okay, a lot of times, right, your research students' research is a reflection of your own research. Okay, so research proposal defense, right? If let's say it's not able to pass, a lot of times it's because the student did not put any effort into the research proposal themselves. Okay, they have not been able to understand or appreciate the proposal themselves. Okay, so in order for you to prepare for a proposal, you need to consider a few things. First of all, the progress of your own students. Okay, are they able to basically develop the material and be able to come up with a good proposal based, or come up with a portion of the proposal based on their own understanding? So like, for example, like my student, right, what she did was that she read through the readings, and then basically based on our discussions, we figured out that the FRGS project was much bigger than her own intended project lah, and much bigger than her own capacity. Okay, so she wanted to do a much smaller sort of scope, and partly because of COVID during that period, because she came in 2020. Okay, she was not really able to travel very far, so she only did a very limited kind of scope of study. Yeah.
FGS was granted to you first before she came in, or when she came in, you did the proposal for the FRGS and you got the grant. So which one?
I got the grant first.
You got the grant first.
Yeah, the grant came first, and then I hired somebody based on the specs of my grant.
Okay, but it was a PhD student you mentioned.
This master student,
Yeah.
I basically put out an ad on LinkedIn saying that I'm looking for a master student to do this particular project based on these particular specs. So she applied and I hired her based on that. No, she's a Malaysian. She's a Malaysian. Well, you have to hire at least one Malaysian. Why not? I'm paying her a salary. I paid her $2,000 a month.
Yeah.
It's a job, you know. Yeah, it's part of the grant.
And then she pays for her tuition fees, or does she pay her tuition fees?
She managed to get the research scholarship under UOW. So it got sort of, she paid for the first semester, and then after that, the subsequent ones were sort of waived to some degree which is why we managed to submit her thesis this semester. So essentially she graduated on time. She doesn't have to top up anything. And whatever she paid for the first semester is essentially covered for her exam fees and other things. So
your criteria is that she will be getting scholarship from here.
No, I told her that you sign up first, will pay you $2,000 a month. If let's say, and then we will apply for the scholarship. If you get the scholarship, therefore it will cover your tuition fees. And these $2,000 a month will basically help you to as your living allowance. If you're not able to get the scholarship, then this will basically help you to cover back your own. Yeah, so that's basically the deal I made with her. I told her that I cannot promise you a scholarship, I'll fight for you for a scholarship. Okay, so that was what I did. All right, so managed to finish the PhD, the master's on time. Part of it was because I also allowed her to reduce the scope of the study. Okay, so that the study will basically be relevant to the FRGS project, but not necessarily cover the entire spec of the entire project. So whatever she write or whatever she helped me write will become part of my papers, okay, that will meet the requirement of this publication requirement of this grant. Okay, but she also attended her own conference. She also published in another journal as well to meet the requirements for graduation. Okay, so during this period, right, we planned for her proposal defense quite early. Okay, so that, and I made sure that I communicated with my examiners. Now, the issue with my program is that my project was that it's a social science project. There are not many lecturers that focus on sociology in this campus. So what I did was that I managed to get people from my department in to help with the proposal defense and various different things. So even in the beginning, right, my committee already had external examiners. Okay. RPD committee, okay, has at least the chairman, okay. The chairperson, right, should be someone who is quite senior, okay. If possible, someone in the same field of study, okay. So either head of school or that level, if not more senior. And it's appointed by either the DVC academic or the head of the PGRC. Typically, there would be at least three staff members. The student supervisor will be there, and 1 or 2 appropriate members of academic staff capable of assessing the research proposal as an examiner. Okay. If let's say it's appropriate, they would give it to a person external to the academic department or the institution nominated as examiner. So this process, right, when you realize that your student is about to be ready for their proposal defense, okay, you will need to nominate examiners first. Okay, so the PR student will basically submit the research proposal reports, okay, together with Turnitin some similarity report and submitted together with approved research ethics application form. So the research ethics application form needs to be settled before you actually want to proceed to proposal defense. Okay. You need to actually supply a minimum of 2 to a maximum of 3 examiners that can be appointed for the RPD. These examiners, right, should fit the field of study of that particular project. Okay, should fit. If let's say you cannot find someone within your department, okay, you can seek an external, right? However, I think for research proposal defense, I don't think that honorarium will be given. I think only for Viva. Okay, so just have to make it clear. All right.
So there should be one external for this.
No external required.
Not necessarily,
No external required.
Not for proposal defense.
No need. Okay, but it depends on the project. If let's say you don't feel that your department has enough expertise, then you ask external. Okay, so that was my situation with my student. Yeah. So I had Zaki. No, Zaki was my chairperson. Hang on a second. No, Zaki was one of my examiners, and then another one from UM. Yeah. Okay, so research proposal report will be distributed to examiners 2 weeks before the RPD. Okay, and the chairman will also be appointed during this time. During the RPD, the student will present it orally for 15 minutes. The examiners will evaluate the presentation in a Q&A session, maximum 60, and submit the evaluation report according to the marking rubric. When they are discussing or deliberating on the outcomes of the RPD, right? The students as well as the supervisors are required to leave the session. Supposedly, right, during this entire process, supervisor is not supposed to make a sound. Okay, the student is expected to defend their own research. Okay, there are altogether 4 possible outcomes. One is that the proposal is accepted without revisions, accepted with minor, accepted with major, or rejected. Okay, we will go through the outcomes later. Now, this one has not really been passed at Senate level, if I'm not mistaken. It's just been completed. I think it will be submitted for Senate approval this round. Okay, so this is coming, okay, but it's very minor amendments. Okay. So you need to consider, how many attempts that you can actually have. Okay, in total, right? They can only do their PD 3 times. So the first one and 2 additional attempts. Okay, so in total 3 lah. Maximum duration of the re-proposal defense for any case is referred to below from the date of the program registration. Yeah, which means to say that you have to finish your PD within 18 months in total. Okay, you cannot just keep repeating it over and over and over again. Within 18 months, right, you need to finish your PD by hook or by crook, whether it takes you 1 time, 2 times, or 3 times. Okay, so you won't let the student just continue on and on. All right. Masters by research is 12 months.
The third time.
Gagal keluar. Yeah. Now, if it's not satisfactory, right, there is the potential that the student is either placed on probation. Make at least one of the following recommendations, whether it's on probation, they need to say, I think, like 1 final chance or something. Like, or maybe they have to submit an official appeal. Okay. Terminate the student's progress candidature or change the student's candidature to a master's by research degree only for doctoral. Okay.
In your experience in the public university, have they ever terminated at PhD level?
God, but usually it's at public university, right? What I would say is that a lot of our candidatures are tied to our grants. So failing a student, right, is really the last resort. Because on the one hand, you're dealing with your own colleagues. Okay, if your colleagues fail your student, essentially they're sabotaging your grant. So typically we try to maintain a harmonious working environment for everybody. So unless it's very serious, if it's very, very, very serious, right, we would typically communicate with the supervisor beforehand. We're really not happy with this particular proposal. But normally we will not fail the student unless it's really, really, really bad. Okay, there's a few reasons for this. Partly because as an institution, right, you also want to protect your own. Okay, you are aware of the kind of standards that you are living up to, but at the same time, you're also aware of the expectations all of us are also carrying. And also, this is a little bit of more of a social capital thing, but the thing is that sometimes, one fine day, your own student also may not necessarily meet the requirements, but they have to progress. Okay. So when you think about it, long run, right, a proposal defense, right, is just the theoretical aspect. Okay. A lot of times we give them the benefit of a doubt and allow them to continue on with their research, allow them to continue on to at least collect their data and correct their project as opposed to killing them at the proposal defense level. Okay, so this is sometimes the direction that we take, especially for experimental research, because at the conceptual level, right, typically you cannot really see everything. you most likely end up changing a lot of things later on anyway. Okay, so we tend not to put too much emphasis on proposal defense. We just want to make sure that the student has the competency level required, right, in order for them to continue on with their research, that they actually know what they're doing and that they're able to continue on. So like I said, right, if let's say that it's a funded project, a lot of times the conceptual elements, right, are quite sound already because it's the lecturer is the one who came up with everything. Okay. If the student are the ones who came up with it, right, then it might be a little more challenging, especially if they did not consult with the supervisor at all. Okay. I never allow my students to come up with their own conceptual framework. You know, I usually do it myself. Okay, because I want them to. I'm quite hands-on with my students, so I'm a bit of a micromanager of my own students, okay. So I always make sure that their approach and everything, right, is something that I can defend myself before I allow them to defend it themselves. Okay, so and then I would pick examiners who are able to appreciate this as well. So if I know of an examiner that is not able to think in that kind of direction, right, generally I won't touch them. Okay. So by the time that the research with the RPD start already, okay, generally speaking, unless the student really, really messes up, okay, generally speaking, one right, student should pass now. Okay. At the end of the day, your role as a supervisor, right, is to make sure that your student is competent enough to get through. At the same time, you also want to make sure that your examiners are providing and are quite, you know, they're not going to fail a student for no reason. Okay, so you're kind of there to facilitate all of this without saying anything during the actual thing.
Is there, then there is new guideline that, during the PD, if they fail the first attempt, they do second attempt, and they are allowed to change supervisor.
Okay, so if it is found that the recommendation for preparation or termination is most appropriate, right, it should be tabled on RDB. When it's tabled, right, they could either appoint additional supervisors, change supervisor, or change the candidature, or blah, blah, blah. Okay, so this can also happen based on progress report. Okay, so if you are recommending change of supervisor, you can do that in your progress report as well. You don't have to wait until proposal defense.
We recommend.
Yeah. Okay.
We as the first support, as the current.
Yeah, put under confidential. That's why I'm saying your confidential actually should carry a lot of weight. It's up to the management to decide at the end of the day, but you know, you need to voice out if let's say you're not happy with certain things, or why are you not happy about it? Okay. PGRC in the sense are supposed, or rather research degree board is supposed to facilitate all of these things. Okay.
The student is allowed to create the change also, right?
Yeah. They can also fill out the form and things like that. So it's quite the system works if people use it. Let's just put it that way. Okay. Like for example, right, if let's say our students, they don't submit their progress report 2 times in a row, or they are not satisfactory 2 times in a row or something, right? For progress report alone, technically speaking, they will fail. You know, that is on our end. Okay. So those are the things that students really have to pay attention to, because otherwise there's no other way for you to manage their progression. Okay.
Most some people you see, I notice that we don't take that progress report seriously. We don't.
Yeah.
As supervisors, we don't take it seriously. That's the thing. Maybe because we have no knowledge of how important that particular report is.
So yeah, it works both ways. So a student has to initiate meetings with you. Okay, set them up, run the meetings. They need to produce the log of those meetings as well. So every time they have a meeting with me, right, I'll tell them, okay, can you just prepare your log? End of semester, I'll sign everything. Okay, but what the final meeting of that semester should be able to go through the progress report itself. Okay. So you would actually take a meeting, right, to go through your progress report together and discuss and reflect on what happened that semester. Okay. So like in our case, because everything is automated, or rather, yeah, everything is online, right? So our progress report, there is a minimum character requirement. So you have to type something there. Okay, it has to. So they say you cannot just put okay. Okay, well, then put okay. Just to fulfill the requirement. But it's quite funny. But then the idea is that it's meant to be more than just a rubber stamp. Okay, if you take it seriously, if you use it as a way to kind of, like beat your students over with a stick, correct? It can also help you to kind of keep them in line, lah. Okay, because they know every semester they need to submit this, and they know they need to show progress. All right. Otherwise, supervisor will say something. If they don't show progress and supervisor don't say anything, obviously the thing will continue to spiral down. Correct. No? Okay. Yeah. So yeah, there are different policies there for termination, and also what's expected. Now, the content of the proposal defense. All right, now, different universities, right, have different standards of requirement. Okay, let's just put it that way. Okay. People who came up with this policy, okay, one is from NUS, the rest are typically from UM. Let's just put it that way. Okay. Yeah, these particular policies. At least for the UG side, right? That was the case. For the Penang side, I think most of them came from USM. Okay. So obviously we defer back to our initial sort of, whatever, our alma maters. Okay. At the same time, when we develop this policy, we also harmonize against the Australian requirement. All right. Now, if you guys are aware, right, if I'm not mistaken, Australia, they even have no Viva apparently. Okay. Yeah. So if you think about it, right, different countries, right, different requirements. Okay. In some cases, like certain countries, they even have the examination by published papers. Okay, that's a common thing in some countries. Like some of my friends in Scandinavia, they graduate by the number of papers they publish. All right, so they don't even write proper thesis, So in those kind of cases, right, the way it's being examined is also different, So in that sense, right, one thing is that, a lot of the lecturers that I speak to, they all kind of differ with regards to what is required. So if let's say UKM and USM require chapter 1, 2, 3, right? For example, okay, that can be one way to go. UM, on the other hand, right, requires a proposal of less than 7,000 words. Okay, why? All of us got no time to read proposal, and we got too many proposals to read through. So we generally have very short proposals. Generally very short proposals, because we want our students to go out and collect data for us. UM runs like a factory like that. Okay, let's put it that way. Okay, it's set up like a factory because we want to generate the most ranking points as fast as possible, and it works for us. Okay, and because the students, work like factory workers, generally they are more employable is as postdocs. Okay, as postdocs, they are generally more employable. Correct, not Xiao San. So she's my friend. Okay, so so in that sense, right, our proposals are really very short. Okay, and that is kind of where we come from. In a lot of universities like in US, they don't actually require you to come up with a full 3 chapters. Okay, so they just need the title, they need the introduction, they need a problem statement. They need some review of literature, some methodology, okay, and also ethical consideration and the expected outcomes and reference. That's basically all they require. Okay. This also gives the students sort of like allows you to have the proposal defense much earlier as well, because the requirements are not as heavy. Okay. And in methodology class, right, they're supposed to be working towards preparing it based on this format as well. Okay. However, they need to be clear that the proposal defense that they did, the proposal presentation they did in the research methodology class, it's not the same as a research proposal defense. Okay, it's two separate things. I think there was a miscommunication somewhere where they thought that was the actual RPD. Okay, in the first batch that came in from China, right? But this has to be made clear to them that was actually their mock. Okay. Yeah. So during this process, right? Okay, I'm just going to skip through. To the appendix. So this is basically the defense report, right? That's supposed to be submitted. Okay. Executive summary of 300 words. The introduction, just apologize for the various different changes here. Context of the research and things like that one, right? Just a maximum of 2,000 words, okay, for introduction. The hypothesis or the research model or framework has to be presented as well. Expected outcomes, references, and work schedule, okay? So yeah, things like that one, right, would basically be the sort of things that will need to be taken into account in the proposal presentation. And then they will also be assessed based on that as well, okay? So when these are the new rubrics that are prepared for the particular proposal presentation, okay? Mainly to do with all the different things that we talked about earlier. And then also some specific feedback on the proposal report.
That's it. That is all similar to what we are practicing, isn't it? What you can that.
Yeah. Yeah. So the first one is meant for the document. Okay, remember documents be submitted 2 weeks before, right? Before the actual presentation. So you do this before you actually show up for the actual presentation. And then during the presentation itself, you look into all of these various different things. Okay. And then there's the recommendations. Okay. So over here, you need to consider whether either that particular proposal is acceptable based on the rubric that you guys prepared earlier. Okay. Whether it requires amendments, whether it requires major amendments or rejected. Now, a lot of us, right, what we do over here, right, when we're deciding how to assess, okay, the first thing we need to consider is our own judgment on the novelty of the project and on how systematic it is that they actually present it in terms of their methodology and how useful the information will ultimately be, how useful the research will ultimately be. Okay, so when we determine all of these things, right, that will give us a gauge to kind of what is whether or not this is an acceptable proposal or not. Okay, so a lot of us, right, when we are deciding on the sort of level of the student, right, we will need to consider all of these things, whether it's a publishable paper or not. Ultimately, whether it's a publishable paper or not, that really determines whether it's a pass or a fail already. Okay, and just based on the other kind of minor things, right, then you will determine whether it's a minor or a major amendments. Okay, a lot of times, the actual language referencing and formatting, or rather their presentation of the actual project, right, is we try to make it as minimal as possible. So meaning to say, if the student is struggling with language, that should not be a reason for you to fail them. Okay. At the moment, there's a lot of Chinese students, but in the future, there may be students from other countries as well.
Understand?
Sorry? Yeah, but the thing is that you need to see whether or not the idea is solid or not. Okay. If you can't understand their writing, right? The contents. Okay. Like I said, if let's say it's based on a funded project, typically the content is quite there already. It's just that maybe they did not phrase it the right way, or maybe they're not able to fully articulate it very well, things like that. Okay. So language and things like that one, right, generally is actually made quite limited because also we need to understand that Malaysians generally have a very high standard of English relative to other countries. Okay, so we cannot just impose, okay, just because. Okay, so yeah. Any questions about RPD? Yes. Okay. Examiner for RPD, examiner for Viva should be different. So when you're thinking about who you want as examiner for your RPD, right? And you have a good relationship with them and you want to use them for Viva, you save them for the Viva. And you don't use them for the RPD. Okay. Yeah. Correct. Yeah. So yeah, so you have to have at least 4 or 5 names on hand. Okay. And you also need to consider their sort of like the seniority as well. And also, you know, how likely it is they'll be kind enough to actually evaluate for you. Okay. If let's say they don't have a lot of time or they are not very close to you or things like that, right? Maybe consider them for RPD because the Viva one will be more serious. Yeah, you need to think about it. Correct. So you need to think about it that way. So like for us, right, we are like more junior lecturers, right? We get invited for a lot of RPDs because we are there more to help the student understand their project from a third-party perspective. And also, once we are done with the RPD, we will also be there for other presentations as well to provide further input. Okay. So yeah. Research degree board.
For us.
Research degree board. So once they submit, there is a form to say that they want to attend the RPD, right? By email, okay. So the student will basically make known that they want to do a RPD. Okay. The supervisor needs to basically forward that email back to PGRC saying that these are the examiners that have been identified for this RPD. Yeah. And then it's up to PGRC to research degree board will have to approve the examiners. So research degree, sorry. According to the program standards, RPD is part of the formative assessment for a program, for a research program. Okay, formative assessment for research program also includes the research methodology class, which they must pass, okay, as well as proposal defense, okay, which they also must pass. All right, also includes other things like seminars, colloquiums, presenting at conferences, things like that, you know, where they kind of need to supplement their study. Okay. Yeah. There is, oh yeah, let me try to find it, yeah. There's a research output requirement here. Okay, so students who enroll in the Masters by Research are required to produce at least one submission to a peer-reviewed scholarly work, while students enrolled within a Doctorate by Research is one accepted manuscript in a peer-reviewed scholarly work. Okay. What does this mean? So if let's say you're a master's student and you send your master's student to go attend a conference and in the conference their work has already been peer reviewed, that counts. Okay, conference proceeding will count for master's students. If let's say for a doctorate, they need to at least submit at least one manuscript to a journal that is peer reviewed. And if that manuscript has been accepted, not necessarily published, that will count as graduation requirement as well. Okay, so we need to say don't have to wait through to go through all the peer review the review portion necessarily lah. Whether it's already been that's exception already, that's considered already lah. Okay. Now, however, having said that, right, this is still under the under the predatory publishing policy as well. Okay, which means to say that if let's say that particular journal has been flagged as predatory, okay, or that particular journal is not indexed in ISI and things like that, right? That can be a contention as well. Okay. For conferences, it's still not so bad. So for a master's degree student, it's not so bad lah. Okay. But if let's say there is exorbitant APC, okay, article processing charges, or things like that, right? Those things will be considered as well. Okay. So situations whereby there is potential that the student essentially paid for the thing to be published, okay? Because we want it to be sort of on merit, okay? But for masters, it's not that difficult. I think there's a lot of conferences out there. It's generally not that difficult to get a paper published in a proceeding. But then for doctorate students, it's a bit more challenging. If you have already a grant that can cover the APC charge, okay, that shouldn't be an issue. Okay. However, do check with Saimago. I think I've shared in previous trainings. You can check on the sort of like the impact, not say impact factor, but the ranking of the journals. Make sure that your journals are legitimate before you submit it for publishing. Okay. Yeah. Currently, the talk among academics in Malaysia is to avoid Hindawi journals. Okay, Hindawi journals, Hindawi. I didn't say MDPI, I said Hindawi, okay? Okay. However, there's a lot of whispers about MDPI as well. MDPI because people are saying that their peer review is going way too fast. There's a lot of suspicion that it's not being done properly. So currently, ISI has already banned a number of Hindawi journals and also 1 or 2 MDPI journals as well. Okay, Hindawi and MDPI, if I'm not mistaken, are sort of linked together, right? Maybe same company or something. So there are whispers that MDPI is next on the chopping list lah. So for your own benefit and for your own career advancement, I would strongly suggest, if possible, try to avoid MDPI journals. Okay, because MDPI. MDPI. I think Zhejiang University, one of the top universities in China, has already outright banned MDPI journals. So has to be taken into consideration, yeah, guys. Okay, so for further information, right, you guys can look through your postgraduate policy. I believe that's available on SharePoint. Can. Possible. Don't need. But the title change has to be noted in the research degree report. Okay, that one has to be brought forward. It has to be approved at research degree board level. Whether or not there's an exact policy in place for that or not, I'm not exactly entirely sure lah. Okay, but that's the common practice lah in most universities. Changing title is possible. Even after Viva, I changed my title after my Viva lah because I accidentally put a spelling mistake in my title. I put Z instead, it should be S. I use a lot because I use a lot of American English. I accidentally put an issue inside my title. So that was found out during my Viva, and I had to change my title because of that.
It's for the S.
Yep. The actual direction, right? Actually, it can be done. It can be done. Yeah. It can be done. It can be done. Yeah. It has to be explained and justified. That I believe, if it hasn't been developed yet, it should be developed by BGRC. But there should be a kind of process where you can change title, or it should be noted at least in the progress report that you're planning to change your title.
I could, when art is like analyzed and all that.
Correct. Yeah,
Yeah, that's possible.
possible. Okay. It's
Change the subject lah, means
Like the.
change the title,
findings,
yeah.
like-
Not changing your field of study. Yeah,
Right.
changing.
Yeah, to start, yeah, skewing towards the finding.
Yeah,
Yeah.
those things should be possible.
Yeah, that's the. Really very important.
Correct. So, the minimum is the progress report needs to state that. Okay, it needs to be highlighted to RDB as well. Okay, so I don't know if there's an actual process for that yet. No, right? Okay, this one has to be developed. Otherwise, there has to be start with the progress report first that you plan to change your title. That has to be discussed during RDB. Okay. I will highlight this to perform myself. Okay, thank you. Okay, so that is for, let me just double check if there's any further questions. Penang, any questions? Nope, okay. So proposal defense needs to be scheduled within 4 weeks of submission of the research proposal. You start your proposal. After that, sometimes we do this thing called candidature defense, where the midpoint after you collected some data, you present your findings. Okay. So, and then upon completion of your entire research, okay, you will pay your exam fee. There's 1,000 ringgit that's required to be paid for examination. Okay, and you will submit your dissertation for examination. Now, before you submit your dissertation for examination, right, you need to submit the notice of thesis submission form within 3 to 6 months before your actual submission. If your students submit early, it's fine. Okay, what the form actually triggers is the appointment of your examiners. All right. Appointment of your thesis examiners, right, needs to be done as early as possible because this one needs to go through Senate. People who are appointed as thesis examiners, right, will be paid honorarium. Yeah. So for thesis examination, okay.
All right, we don't pay the
Don't pay internals.
What they don't pay,
I cannot answer that question. I am just an adjunct here. I tak ada power sudah. Okay, so yeah, you have to submit basically 3 to 6 months, the appointment of your examiners, right? They just need to have at least, I think, a PhD or have already supervised students of their own within the field of study that is required. I can't remember exactly where it is, but there is a criteria for the examiners as well. Okay, if I'm not mistaken, it is at least 1 internal and 1 external for masters, 2 external and 1 internal for PhD.
1 external for masters.
1 external, 1 internal for masters. Yeah, 2 external, 1 internal for PhD. Okay. Like in my case, if let's say you cannot find any internal that can actually examine, then just put 2 externals. Different from the PD. I'm talking about the PD. I'm talking about Viva. Viva must be different from PD. This is examiner and speed Viva.
But same,
Same. This is the Viva is the same.
like, different. PD dengan Viva different supervisor.
Different
different
examiners. Yeah. Doesn't state it necessarily, but then because it's not clear in the program standards, but it's sort of like expected.
It's that.
Ours is worse. Our thesis examiners, right, has to be full professor from a top 50 university in the world, must publish at least X number of papers in the last 5 years, must have graduated X number of students in the last 5 years. So the number of people that can become your examiner, right, there's not that many one for PhD. Number of examiners is not that many, to be honest. So you have to have a lot of friends in high places.
UPM is not UPM.
Good for UPM.
Yeah.
Okay.
That's why questionable.
Okay, for PhD, basically the timelines are different, but generally the process is the same. Okay. Yeah, so this is all the things that I said earlier. Okay. Doctorals, okay, how you actually keep your student on their toes, right, during the actual study, right, is to get them to meet all of these little milestones during that time. Okay, so things like the paper requirements, you get them to write papers. Okay, you work with them through the whole peer review process and things like that. Identifying the right journals, those kind of things. Kind of socializing them into that whole kind of structure, and also getting them to go for conferences. Okay, so some conferences they provide travel support for students. Okay, so you can target those. Sometimes they're in very nice locations. You can target those as well. You can even target things like PhD summer schools or PhD winter schools where they pay for the students to go overseas. You can tell them to try to apply for that, but you need to prepare all these things. You need to prepare paper, prepare something to present and things like that. That will actually motivate them to actually write because they want to go on holiday. Okay. For PhD. Okay. For masters also, because they like to, some of them like to talk about their research, or they like to appear to be an academic. So they like to travel and they like to do this sort of things, right? So this is how you motivate them. Okay. Every year you get them to prepare something new so that they can present it at a different conference, things like that. Okay. There is a student conference policy. There is budget set aside for postgraduate by research. Okay. So where are you? So for conferences, students can, sorry? Each student is limited to 500 ringgit for undergraduate students, 1,500 for master students, 5,000 for PhD students for at least one conference during the tenure of the study. Boleh.
Postgraduate master.
1,500. It's right here. 1,500.
1,500.
For PhD, 5,000. Your grant, right? Actually, for FRGS grant, they don't allow for students to travel. But for other grants, you have to look at their terms. Some of them allow students to travel. Okay.
Okay.
50% must be local. So if let's say you're a 3-year grant and you have to hire 2 GRAs, then one can be Malaysian, one non-Malaysian. If you have a 2-year project, you are only supposed to hire 1 GRA. That GRA must be Malaysian. What to do? I also know one. So yeah. So basically, right? The conference okay, because of the amount of money that's required, right? It's actually for master student, maybe only can consider local okay, local kind of conferences. If let's say it is a PhD student, maybe can consider going overseas. Every time I go Korea for conference, right, I spend less than 5,000. So it's a function of how luxurious you want the stay to be, and also about what airline you want to travel in. Okay. The first conference I went to, I managed to save quite a lot of money because they funded my flight ticket, and I stay in their dormitory. So for students, there's a lot of opportunities for them to go different places. Okay, so this is how you keep them excited. Okay. Please take note of the application process. I'm not going to go into too much detail. Okay. They require all the various different documents and things like that you guys should be aware of for your non-conference policy. Okay. Yeah. Pay for that. Membership fees. Membership fees not counted in this. Not counted. The items in the items for the budget under this, right, only refers to travel, meals, and also apa lagi conference registration. Okay, and things like that would be itu saja.
They don't pay us for membership.
It's itemized. Okay.
Yeah. They don't pay us. Cheaper, correct, yes.
Any other questions? Something else to pay attention to, okay? This has been recently developed and it's still in a lot of all these they're still in track changes. Okay, but I just want to point this out now, okay, because this has been highlighted to me that you need to be made aware of this, okay? Just for now, right? At least it's not so messy, right? Now, if a student would like to upgrade from Masters by Research into PhD, possible. Okay. So within 1 year full-time equivalent after the master's degree registration, right? If the student has shown competency in conducting research at doctoral degree level, has passed a conversion assessment by the University College, and has been approved by University College Senate, they can be upgraded from master's to PhD student. Okay.
And how do you evaluate that?
So there is a conversion assessment. Okay. Typically they need to basically do the RPD, but they need to show that this is doctoral level. Okay. So in other words, you are assessing a master's student at a PhD level kind of RPD. Okay. So the proposal will need to be submitted the same way okay. Oral assessment also the same. Okay. And then the conversion assessment committee, right, must have either, the various different things, the same as the RPD generally. And then they would basically come up with the outcome, whether or not this student meets those requirements or not. It's still a qualitative kind of assessment to some degree, with the same kind of rubrics, but the expectation is different. So let's say you're assessing a master's degree student, right? You don't use a PhD level expectation. Okay. So my gauge is always master's degree student, right? Okay, I expect you to be able to turn this particular project into 1 paper. PhD student, I expect you to be able to turn this project into 2 or 3 papers. Okay, so scope. Okay, you consider the scope, the level of novelty in their study. Okay, so if let's say this student wants to transfer to PhD, basically I expect you to be able to deliver 2 or 3 papers using this particular conversion assessment. Okay, so if I look at that project, right, and you're just applying framework, for example, okay, and it's not particularly novel, it is just an application of a particular framework for social science. Okay, generally, I will consider that still to be master's level. Okay, I probably won't approve conversion. If you are making very novel changes to your framework, or you are presenting a project which has significant contribution to literature, okay, in a way that can be presented in more than 1 paper.
Sort of like
it's your own, it's yeah, like, in a sense, it's your own gauge lah. What is PhD level and master's level? If you're utilizing, for example, like if you're utilizing the same variables as other people, right? I probably wouldn't consider that PhD level lah. If you are assessing or you are proposing new variables, okay, then I'll probably say that this is probably PhD level. Okay, you are coming up with something more novel. Okay, then I'll say okay, then I'll probably consider this for PhD. But can you defend it? Can you justify why? Okay, can you show that you are able to actually get this done? Those are the questions that I have. Okay, is your understanding of the methodology sufficient enough for you to tell me what is the limitations as well as the significance of your research convincingly? Okay, those are the key things that I would consider for this particular kind of conversion assessment. However, conversion assessments, right, generally speaking, right, are always considered to be very, very, very tough. Okay, and this is something that will be represented by whoever is doing the accreditation. If they notice that you guys did conversion, right, they will laser in on it. Okay, and they'll look at it like a hawk, right? So yeah, generally speaking, the various different components of the conversion assessment is the same as a research proposal defense. It's just a question of whether you're assessing it at the master's level or PhD level. Okay. So there's only two outcomes. One is you convert, the other one is you remain. Okay, you're not going to fail a student because they failed the conversion assessment. Okay, either they manage to upgrade or they just remain where they are now. Okay, so this is something which is actually quite new. I don't think there was any before this. Okay, at least not a proper policy that was put in place. Where were we? Okay. Time is it now, yeah? You guys want me to power through? Whatever, you guys want me to power through whatever else I have left, or you guys need another break?
It's fine.
Getting to the end already.
Okay, then you power through like.
Power through, right?
One is already sort of like, and then I think
Finalizing already. I think they're just going to final approval.
really,
It's not been released yet, I think.
very soon.
Very soon.
Need to is the starting.
Yeah, so one is already been published. Obviously, this is how it works now over here. The committee that actually looks into all these policies, right? They'll basically assemble a task force, usually made up of, I think, at least 8 academic department, ADH and above, typically lah. Including Dr. Horn, including various different people. They will go through all of these things, and after that, they will basically give it to you guys. Generally speaking, it will reflect whatever is in the program standards. That is from the MQA.
So currently, if you have any supervisors progressing, give some it's too late to publish. Yeah, or this because
Say that again. If too late to publish, meaning?
it's this policy too late to publish, for example, another 3 months. We need to hold on first because I want to tell my supervisor something wrong.
Yeah, well, I would say, let's say you're talking about the research proposal defense conversion.
This policy.
Postgraduate policy has been out already. It's just the amendments to the criteria only that's, I think, still pending. But it's already been shared on SharePoint already, ma.
The old one.
The old one, the current one, the conference policy is already there already.
Yeah, and it's just that conversion.
Yeah, the conversion is a new one. Some changes to the RPD assessment, kind of the percentage, that one is there. That is new. Yeah. Aside from that, they're all there already. Okay. There's even like a student research grant. If let's say the student needs to buy certain things, right? They can apply for a student research grant as well. But it's a smaller quantum lah. Yeah, that's also, huh? But I don't know whether, yeah, it was, I sent an email when we finally settled it, but I don't know whether anybody paid attention to it.
We'll be waiting for the first one.
Master of,
For research.
sorry,
Masters of Research.
social science, yeah.
Social science, we have, it's not accredited, not.
It's still on PA.
It's not on partial, it's still not on partial, because we were never called, it's never be the first one, remember?
Sorry, say that again.
The first one we did was MA, Masters in Research, now then we converted to social science, remember?
Yeah. So, okay, so the first one was a business one.
Yeah, correct.
Okay, the Master of Social Science. I believe Sam is the first student to submit thesis. So it's coming. The full accreditation for Master of Social Science is coming.
Oh, what was that? It's the national one, no?
PA was given
Given already.
Yeah, my student is probably the first one to submit her thesis. Technically speaking, UOW should start preparing the documents already lah. Because once the Viva, they will ask lah, if let's say, because their trigger is normally when Viva is about to be called, then they'll start arranging already.
By research business to fund that business to.
It's been fully accredited, right? It's been done already. That one done already. PhD business, I don't think so lah, because I don't think any PhD business has graduated.
What's being done? What student?
Viva. BD. So Viva not yet. So people like Joe and people like that haven't yet lah. Okay.
Sorry, BD done on Joe, and then are BD done by
Okay.
Right,
Say out already. Okay.
Okay, what about, she is, I know, an MA in.
Social science.
Converted.
Social science.
Converted.
Yeah.
Converted.
Field study, man. Field study.
Yeah.
Okay. So the rest of it is really about supervisory practice lah. The things that, you know, like your pendidikan moral studies about how to supervision. I'm not going to go through it in too much detail lah. I think I already talked about it quite a lot already. So you guys just bear with me lah while I go through this. Okay. Like the key thing when it comes to dealing with a supervisee is always make sure that, you know, you are appropriately matched. Okay. Appropriate matching of supervisor to supervisee, right, depends on both the supervisor and the supervisee. If as a supervisor, you are able to manage different types of personalities, you are able to cope with different types of students giving you all kinds of different stress. If you know how to deal with all that sort of things, right, you generally be a more versatile supervisor. You generally are able to handle different types of people. Okay, so it boils back down to your ability to manage and handle people lah. Okay, if you can only handle one type of person, right, then you know you're quite limited lah. Okay, if let's say the personalities are a mismatch, it can be quite disastrous. Not to say that the project itself cannot be completed. I've known projects that have been completed even though that the supervisor and the supervisee don't talk to each other. But after that, they hate each other. Okay, it can actually be done. Co-supervision, on the other hand, can be enriching, but sometimes it can be quite chaotic. Okay, I've known of supervisors that because of political reasons, you know, they bring in different co-supervisors. But then it can be, after a while, the students don't know where to go. Okay, so it depends on how you manage each other lah. Okay. So one thing I realized is that people who are more senior, right, they want to see progress in their research. They want to have very clear expectations, clear tasks that they can actually fulfill. they don't want to spend too much time dilly-dallying. Okay, if you constantly put barriers in front of them without giving them a pathway to solve that particular barrier, right? A lot of times they become frustrated, or a lot of times they lose interest. Okay, especially people who are senior, right? Essentially, they don't need to. If let's say, for example, it's like a customer, dealing with a customer. If they feel like they're not going to get it from you, right, they're going to go somewhere else to get it. Okay, a lot of people quit their PhD or quit their masters and just start somewhere else. All right, I think some of us as academic staff, we are also business students before. We have also done the same thing as well, you know. So in that sense, right, if let's say, you know, the partnership is not quite right, you know, and nothing is being done to take care of it, then, you know, a lot of times the project ends up becoming a failed project. Okay, so if you guys need to actually make sure that this is being done properly, get to know your students, make sure that it's clear what knowledge and skills they actually bring and what areas they need special help in and how they're likely to approach the project. One of our students, it just not under my supervision, one of our students, right, very interestingly, he communicates to his supervisor using an app because his English is really bad. Okay, so he communicates to his supervisor using an app. But the thing is that when you communicate with him via text, right, he's very articulate, he's very knowledgeable, and he has a very clear direction of what he wants to do. Okay, it's just that he cannot really speak English. So sometimes, right, when you think about it, if let's say that person, it's just a language issue, right? They're not able to communicate, right? Sometimes you need to be able to either help them with their needs or you need to work around it. Okay. You know, we won't complain when a student is a coursework student, right? And they're not able to communicate with us. But then when it's a PhD students, we sort of end up losing interest in the student themselves. Okay, so that's the thing lah. Okay, if let's say a student is assigned to you or somehow you manage to get in touch with a student, right? It is better for our own personal growth to know how to actually cope with this or know how to actually mitigate this, as opposed to us actually just putting it aside lah. So from that perspective, okay, if you're able to assess their needs and meet their needs, right, and know how to give them the special help, right, ultimately, you know, it will also serve to help you grow as well. Trainer has to say this sort of things like, oh, let's just put it that way. Okay. Establish reasonable and agreed expectations. Like I said, typically I give them very small tasks with clear deadlines towards whatever goal that has to be reached that particular semester. Okay. Make sure they're aware of your availability requirements. So like I always set a requirement that you don't give me last minute, you don't ask for last minute appointments. Okay, I have the right to say no. Okay, I will always say at least 2 days beforehand. You need to give me the notice. You need to set the calendar invite. You need to give me the link to actually meet you. Okay, I put that onus on the student to book my time, not I book their time. Okay, so those are the things that I require from them. If they don't meet my requirements, I will voice out in my progress report. It's as simple. Okay. So yeah, make sure that your availability is noted. Give them fixed timing. Okay, because some of these people work, right? So they may not necessarily be able to fit your timing. If they tell you that I can only meet you after hours, can only meet online, right? Then you guys need to be able to find a time that actually fits both of you. Okay. In my case, a lot of my students work. Okay? They don't actually do it full time. So I do a lot of late night meetings now. The other thing you can consider doing is that during your first meeting, do this role perception rating scale. So sit down together with a student and ask these kind of questions. It is the supervisor's responsibility to select the topic, or is it the student's responsibility to select the topic? Okay, which one do you choose? Okay, in the end, it's up to the supervisor to decide which theoretical frame to use, or is it the student's requirement? So both of you sit down together, figure this out before you continue on with the project. Okay, so in my case, right, I thought it was my role to fit the theoretical frame. My student thought it was her role to fit the theoretical frame. Ultimately, I considered I let her continue doing the way she wants to do it because she's passionate about her conceptual framework. Okay. So, okay, fine. I'll let you continue on with your project. So yeah, these sort of things. Work with them to establish a strong research structure and plan. Okay. So, like I said, initially, I would spend more time with them to talk about their framework, discuss with them why does it work, why does it not work, and figure out whether or not this is the appropriate direction or not. Okay. If you do the groundwork well, right, at the early parts, right, you'll realize that the later portions will be much easier over time. Okay. Nonetheless, there will also be situations where you need to troubleshoot a lot of things lah. Okay. So sometimes it's misunderstanding or miscommunication and things. They cannot be helped lah. Okay. But the milestones need to be clear. They need to meet those milestones. Okay. So within one semester, I'll normally have 2 or 3 milestones for that semester. And then over time, right, then they can see their progress as the semesters roll on. Okay. Initiate regular contact and provide high quality feedback. Okay, very important. You need to make sure that you set up your own schedule well. Okay, so meaning to say, right, every time you're supposed to meet your students, make sure that it is for a fixed amount of time. Like for me, it's always half an hour. Okay, and it is always same time every 1 or 2 weeks. Okay. I also need to set reminders of myself when to prompt the student, when to ask questions. Okay. And also when to get some updates. So sometimes you don't need a meeting, you just need some updates. Okay. So you set reminder for yourself to remind your students. So let's say you have 7 students in front of you, right? Or 7 students, right? You need to find a way to keep track of 7 different projects at the same time. Okay. Either you set up reminders for yourself, okay? At a particular time, you need to go and get feedback from everybody to update you on their projects, okay? Or at a particular meetings, right? You need to have notes there in your calendar, what needs to be discussed, okay? Otherwise, you yourself cannot keep track too many projects at one time. You start, not say forget lah, but you start to confuse one project with another project, with another project, with another project. If let's say your area of expertise, right, is quite, you're quite keeping everything within your area of expertise, right, it's much more easier to confuse because everything looks similar. Okay. So also encourage students to write early and often. Okay. So how I do this is basically give them writing assignments. Okay. I give them a lot of writing assignments. Okay. So I need 1 page on this. I need 2 pages on that. I need 3 pages on this. 5 pages on this, so on and so forth. Or I get them to, okay, I need you to review at least 10 papers by, things like that, okay? So that they're constantly writing, all right? If you're constantly writing, a lot of times you realize that you have less chance to have writer's block, okay? So just get them to, you just set a reasonable deadline. You say, I need this by when? And then the other thing that people do is they will say like, okay, what they'll do is like, they will read what people are writing back, right? Sometimes they will throw it back at them and say, do it again. Okay. I know like my previous supervisor, they will say things like that. Okay. But sometimes what you can actually do is you get them to write it in a Google Doc. Okay. You provide your suggestions there. And then over time, right, they're supposed to reply those suggestions by when, kind of thing. Okay. So as you guys build and build and build over one semester, you realize that, okay, if you've done it 3 to 5 times, you get like 10,000 words just like that. Okay, because they're constantly writing ma. Okay, so yeah. So the other one is to get students to feel as if they are part of a team. Okay, hang on. Let me just get this out. Yeah, Jackson. Okay. So the one thing that a lot of lecturers like to do, right, is to group their students together. Okay, masters, PhD students, all in one area, or at least in one particular setting for surely.
It's good actually that it's.
Yeah, it's yeah. So what some lecturers do for their postgraduate by research students is that they require them to attend their classes. Okay, so some old profs, right, they require them to attend their master's classes, and they will ask them questions during the classes. So the research students are also there. They are essentially auditing the course. Okay, so they participate as well, and they provide feedback as well. They're not teaching assistants, yeah. They're not paid to do anything. They're just there to participate. Okay. This is something that I did myself as a student. I asked my supervisor, can I sit in for any courses or whatever, just to wrap my brain around all these theories lah. Okay, so that's what I did. Okay, and I feel this is a good way, especially for students who are sort of mature students who may have been out of university for a while. They may not be very clear on certain theoretical frameworks or how certain things work. So on top of the research methodology course, right, you can get them to sit in for some of your master's courses. Okay, especially those that's related to their research. That can help them to actually understand things better lah. Okay, especially during first semester when they don't really have a lot of things to do. So that can be a consideration as well. Consider, and then when they meet other students who are also doing their research under you, right? Then they will get to know one another and they'll sort of help one another as well. Okay. My time, what happened was that because I'm a full-time PhD student, I had a desk outside my unit, my supervisor's room. Okay. And then I had other students that are sitting around with me as well. So we all know each other. We all work together. Okay. And then we work on various different projects together. So you don't feel like you're alone all the time. You feel like you are part of a team. Okay. That's very helpful, especially when, people generally, if they don't see anybody working with them, right, they get lazy. Or sometimes if you don't see anybody working around you, you get lonely. Because you sort of, yeah, you lose focus lah. All right. Another very good thing is that if you get them to participate in other activities, okay, like I went for PhD summer school, I met other students from other countries. Yeah, PhD summer school normally is very topic oriented. Certain groups of people will do it, and it gets funded. So
Where do you go for this PhD summer school?
I went to Finland.
It sounds very American.
Yeah, I went to Finland. They paid for my flights and everything.
And it's in English.
It's in English. Oh, everybody is from somewhere else. A lot from.
For this PhD summer school.
It was through a network. The network was essentially funded by Sweden, Finland, and other countries. And yeah, we just applied for it. We have to be a PhD student. We have to have done certain things. And find one. Europe got a lot lah. Okay. Very Western.
Yeah.
Okay. So another one, inspire, motivate your students. In terms of PhD summer school, right? I think China also got a lot. If let's say okay, especially for Chinese students, right? Actually, they have a lot of resources available to them. Okay, in China itself. Okay, some of them maybe not. You may not be able to be. You won't find it on your radar just because you don't search in Chinese, right?
Actually, China.
I prefer
Much more easier to get their
Sweden. And then
so many young Asia.
Okay. For science and technology, because you can churn out papers very fast, yeah, you can become a professor very quickly. In Malaysia also, you can become a professor very quickly if you're doing science and technology, especially engineers. Yeah, you can become young professors very quickly. For social sciences, not so much. Also in China, the requirements, they really like ISI papers lah. So if let's say you got ISI papers, right, they treat you differently lah. Because they struggle with English. So if only you're like a very good writer in English, different level of learning.
China qualification it's almost catch up to the US and India.
I cannot comment on that. But what I would say is that don't believe everything you read. Their salaries are high. Their taxes are also very high. Yeah, that's it.
China,
Yeah.
I think they're more on science, I think so. More on science.
Yeah. So social sciences, they're not so keen on. They're more interested in curing cancer and reversing global warming and stuff like that. Okay. So yeah, things like that. So just have to be wary. Also try to empower your students to try out new things, motivate them as much as possible, lead them. Okay. They are not your slave labor, they are your followers. Okay. You're supposed to lead them. So you're supposed to treat them with the kind of pastoral care. Okay. And also because, like I said earlier, they're going to be extensions of your brand later on. Okay. So if they are not motivated or they don't like you, generally speaking, it's quite difficult for you to achieve that later. Okay. Now, regardless of whoever it is that you're mentoring, right, or whoever it is that you're trying to supervise, right, life events has a tendency to happen. Okay. So different students will meet different life events during their particular study. Okay. Some students, they may find different types of employment during the study. Some students may get married during the study. Some students may become parents during the study, and different things like that. So, like it or not, when a student is under your supervision, technically speaking, that student is under your care for the duration of that particular supervision experience. So you kind of need to go through all of this together with them. Okay, like it or not. However, always remember that ultimately you are their supervisor, you are not their family member. Okay, so there has to be a line drawn somewhere. All right. Like my supervisor helped me, not say with, he helped me to meet my financial requirements. Actually, he was the one who recommended me to take on the position at KDU at the time, or UW, because he was Chan Wai's brother.
Oh,
That's
what I thought.
Yeah, my supervisor was Chan Wai's brother, the guy who was taking care of my position before that. Yeah, so anyhow, the story was that yeah, so my supervisor looked out for me in that regard. And even after after I graduated also, he still looks out for me in some ways. So yeah, so different, yeah, it's kind of like a mentoring relationship after a while. Okay. Also, take an active interest in your student's future career. Now, this is not being said enough, to be honest with you. If you ask me, right, this is something that needs to be taken on with more seriousness. The concept of graduate employability. So a lot of students, right, if you feel that they are useful, not say useful to you, but they are very capable, and if they are able to graduate and things like that, right, you need to take an interest in what they are planning to do next. Okay. So you are in a position to advise them appropriately of what they can do with their degree. Okay. If you just let them graduate and let them figure it out themselves, right, you are not going to reap the benefits of a long-term relationship with your student. Okay. So in some cases, they may go to certain places and they may become your colleagues in the future. Okay. Or they may end up becoming in a position to, give you some kind of benefit in the future as well. Okay. So for example, right, because I have always maintained a good relationship with my lecturers in the past, I have always been able to reap that particular benefit. Okay. For example, I did my master's in Australia. For a few years, we were not in contact. Now that I got my position in UM, I contacted her back, and we are sort of building towards an MOU signing between Australian National University and University of Malaya. Okay. And then also we are kind of working on some projects together, and I am also able to actually get research collaboration with her colleagues as well. Right. Obviously, my supervisor now is in Taiwan, so I'm also working together with him as well on certain things as well. He's also recommending me to his friends and his other colleagues in other countries as well. So by building this network, right, over time, right, I'm also able to bring projects to them also, or bring projects to, you know what I mean? It's a investment at the end of the day. When you're building, when you're building a legacy, right, or when you're building your student's career, right, you're also investing back in yourself, because then you also have access to that as well. So some students, they may want to get an academic career, so they want to get a lecturing position somewhere. You can actually help them apply, or they may look to do a postdoc. Then you can actually help them to get to their next destination as well. Okay. Yeah. So lastly, carefully monitor, make sure that they actually ultimately graduate, and yeah, help them. Okay. I'm not going to go too much on the dissertation writing because I feel like everybody kind of knows how to write. Okay. There's a bunch of slides over here, but yeah. Yeah, I'll share with you guys later. But we're not really English teachers, but we have to force ourselves to train ourselves to become writing teachers.
Academic writing or
Academic writing.
different things.
Yeah, correct.
Writing or language writing.
Yeah. So ultimately, right, our job here is to help them to prepare the thesis or prepare the papers. Okay. So we need to really be very mindful of what is going on in there. I don't know what's going on in this slide, but basically help them to actually think and help them to actually strategize their writing. Okay. My case, right, I tend to take a more, because like my student, she is 50 years old and she basically is not very academically inclined. Let's just put it that way. But she has very good links with the community, so she can get interviews very easily. And she has a lot of trust being built with the community. And she understands what's going on there. So her observations, all of these things are very, very good. But her writing is not strong. So I help her a lot with writing more than anything else. See. So generally speaking, right? I'm just gonna skip forward a bit. When you want to, where was I? Sorry. Yep. So when we want to build a student's sort of pathway, right? It can be two ways. One is you co-create the research problem together with them based on their interest, or you build your own research project and you get them to buy into it. Okay. Because I don't like to, because it's too random for me to constantly think of what projects that people want to do. I tend to come up with a lot of projects myself. I will hire people to do my projects for me. Okay, that's normally my sort of modus operandi lah, which is something that a lot of science and engineering people tend to do as well. Okay, they come up with a project, and then after that they get people to work on it for them. And this is how FRGS works. This is how different grants work as well. So a lot of students, right, they may come with you with the question or the problem, but it's also an opportunity for you to tie it to an existing project or to bend their existing project towards one of the projects that you have developed. So currently I have 7 or 8 different research project applications or 7 or 8 different proposals sitting in my desktop. Okay. All to some degree similar, but not quite the same. I'll throw it in for various different grants if and when it is appropriate. Okay, so if I want to work on a particular idea with a particular group of people, I'll send it there. So like right now, I'm preparing one for Toyota, the Toyota Foundation grant. Okay, that's not much, but it's about 300,000 or so. Okay, I'm also preparing another one for MOSTI grant, MOSTI TED 1 grant. MOSTI? No, because MOSTI grant, right, you can develop concept as well, or process. So I'm developing a process towards developing an app. Also counted that. Okay. In order to develop the app, I need to come up with certain things that will be requiring social science kind of processes lah. So I word it that way. Anyhow, the story is that there are different ways to find money lah. Okay. So I just spent a lot of time writing proposals, and then from there, if I find somebody who wants to do something similar to what I want to do, I will send them that proposal to look at. Okay, so I can cater to a few different types of research students. I can get them to buy into different types of projects that they want to. And if they want to work on that project, I will tie them to that particular project. Okay, so that's generally how I work. So all of these things, right, I'll typically be very hands-on in producing the scope of the project or the parameters of the project. I get people to buy in. How I do this normally tends to start with observing what's going on in my particular area and sort of working with different people. Sometimes you have to tweak the idea to fit the grant specifications. Okay, so these kind of things, right, it's can be quite challenging now. If you don't have a PhD yet, perhaps this is the time for you to start a PhD yourself, okay, for you to actually get into it. Or you can work with other people with similar interests. But ultimately, a great research idea, right, is novel, useful, and scalable. Okay, so whenever I build a research idea, it has to be something that not many people are doing, something that is useful, something that can be converted into either policy applications, guidelines, papers, or whatever that counts as research output lah. And something that I can replicate or scale. Okay, so something that I can just change my case study and I can still use the same kind of conceptual framework. I can still use the same methodology. I can still use the same sort of approach. Okay, so like, for example, I want to work on agriculture. Okay, this was something that I decided on even when I was still working here. Okay, that I decided that I want to work on agriculture. So the first time I went and spoke to palm oil board because I was interested in palm oil. The other one that I was interested in was rice. I didn't get very good traction with the palm oil board. Okay, palm oil board was a bit too arrogant for me. Okay, so I decided to go with rice. That was my first FRGS project. Okay, and now I have students also working on palm oil because I can still keep the same project from when I developed it for palm oil, but I got other students working on palm oil for me. And then after that, I decided that I wanted to work on the same scope, but on a different case study. So I'm just developing different case studies, but all related to agriculture. Okay, so the same idea, right? You can split it into different ways. So one thing we did when we were doing in UM, right, is that we do these design thinking workshops, where all we are doing is coming up with problem statements and research objectives. Okay, so we realized that one particular problem statement, right, can be split into multiple different objectives that can actually ultimately come up with major big projects. Once you have all these major big projects, right, it's just about putting in the students to help you with it, different elements of it. And then over time, you realize that certain students perform better than others. Certain projects perform better than others. Then you realize which one you actually need to focus on. Okay, so this is normally the sort of like the framework for the way you manage sort of like academic career from the perspective of research. From this is how you use postgraduate by research students to sort of meet your own research objectives over time. Okay, so I think this is the last slide. All right. Ultimately, right, it's all about helping your students and also yourself to build good research habits. Okay. You need to set aside time for reading. Okay. Make sure your students read as well. Make sure that you socialize the students and you yourself also maintain a good social circle within the field. Okay. When I say socialize, right, I don't mean just going for conferences. Yeah. Okay. Conferences are important, but then socializing, right, is about having a close-knit network within your area of study, so that you update one another and then you guys apply for grants together. Okay, so that's how you kind of work together. This starts by having very intentional conversations with research active colleagues. Okay, don't just ask for projects, discuss project specs. Okay, like, hey, I've got this project, can I send it to you to have a look at it? Right. Tell me what you think. All right, these kind of things. So I tend to do this typically with the people that I attend summer school with. and we kind of go through it together lah. Always work towards a measurable end goal. So you have to kind of discuss with your student what sort of, first of all, how important it is for them to graduate. Okay, by when, right? Why are you planning to do this particular project? What are your intentions? Okay, help them to meet those end goals. As long as people are clear about what they want, okay, then they'll realize that it is worth putting in the effort lah. Okay, so you need to sort this out between yourself and your student as well. Okay, otherwise, right, supervision can feel like a waste of time if both sides are not committed to it. Okay, but as long as you are able to communicate that, you know, like if you are committed to it, I'll be committed to it as well. Okay, and if let's say you are not willing to put in the effort, then I rather that you terminate your own program lah. Okay, otherwise, right, they'll keep dragging. Okay, so make sure you set the right expectation. Make sure that everybody is aware, and make sure that people are working towards graduation now. Our job as educators, right? Our job as academics, right? Is not so much to just fulfill what the management is asking us to do. We also want a meaningful academic career ourselves, right? So by graduating your student or getting them to the finish line, right, you're also kind of adding value to yourself. Any questions?
Dr. Ken, I just want to ask you, for yourself, what are your guidelines, on the time of supervision, for your supervisors? That means, like, for example, do you do supervision after 6 p.m. Or weekends, and how long usually for one session? You set the guideline for yourself.
Marina is asking what is my expectations or what is my standards with regards to supervision, whether I allow weekends, whether I allow after hours and things.
And how long?
And how long? My supervision, normally my appointments don't take more than half an hour. Okay, I refuse to have long meetings. So even if I'm briefing anybody, right, even if they're my superior or whoever, right, I always make sure that my meetings end in half an hour. Anything more than half an hour is an email. Okay, otherwise I'm just be spending too much time talking. Not enough time doing. So half an hour, I normally make sure they're prepared beforehand. They come in, they discuss, I tell them what I want them to do. And then that's basically it. I don't have an issue doing after hours, but I cannot clash my teaching hours. My teaching hours typically go from 6 to 9 or from 5 to 7. So I'm okay after 9, but definitely before 11 lah. Okay. And usually those are the times that I'm available. Because during the day, I'm usually got other things I need to work on. So if they're able to catch me during, I'm normally quite flexible, but I don't allow my supervision to to happen during weekends. Okay, because I kind of need a little bit of work-life balance. So during the Monday to the Friday, normally it's quite, quite full on for me. Nonetheless, those supervisees that are slightly more senior, right? They don't see me every week. They only see me every 2 weeks or so. So it can be different. So some supervisors will see us physically. So if physical, then definitely during the work hours. Some will only see us online now. Yeah, but if you're co-supervising, generally, we will meet the students all together one shot. So you have to also consider your co-supervisor, whether or not when are they available as well. Yeah.
Like disappear or
Yeah, I'll prompt them. Normally, I'll just ask them how are they, how's the project going, if I just need some understanding whether they are still there or not. Okay, or whether they're still working on it, generally that's what I'll do. Yeah.
You also have so many supervisors. How do you keep up?
Yeah, so it's a Google Sheet. I make sure I have everybody there. I have a board in my room where I put everybody's name there just to remind me that they still exist. And yeah, in a sense, but also depends on the student. If I know, for example, if they are pregnant or something, I know for a fact they're going to be slow, and I'm looking at you for a reason, because then I also know that even if I push them, also they're probably not going to work on it, kind of thing. So, yeah. So.
Okay, sorry, Don, I have one question. Does UM have got a board of ethics?
Yeah.
They have. What about for us? We don't have a board of ethics here. Yeah, but for, for instrument, reliability and validity, for quantitative, and then of course quantitative, you do your pilot test. Yeah. Like my supervisor after the pilot test, he still requests me to go for external evaluator. Not just to save, when I go for my Viva. But for us here, but for qualitative, you should be sending it out to an external. But if you have a board of ethics, we just sit down here. It does not have to go to an external evaluator. How do there's not? I don't think there is anything written there on instrument liability and validity.
Reliability and validity typically relates to, the question was about research ethics board and then reliability and validity, right? For reliability and validity, that's part of methodology. That is not under research ethics. That will be evaluated during RPD. Yeah. So for research ethics, right, it's more regarding informed consent. Okay, it's more regarding whether or not you're using any commercially sensitive or personally sensitive kind of data.
Then you send it to the board.
You need to submit the research ethics form. Okay. So I think one thing I'll do is that I'll send over everything together one shot. So there's a research ethics form that it needs to be filled up as well. Yeah. So it's a RIC thing. Yeah. So basically that's already there. There's actually a form there that needs to be filled up. Okay. I think this is, I don't know exactly when was the form formalized, but in review, right? Not yet formalized yet, right? Yeah. Okay. Online, friends from Penang, any questions? Satu who? Gomesh, oh yeah. Xiaosan, how come you're online? Oh, okay. Yeah. Okay, if there are no further questions, thank you all for coming.
Thank you, Dr.
Hope it's been useful information. Please note that for anything regarding any of these policies, you can refer to PGRC. So Florence there can help you guys out with regards to any of this. Otherwise, the documents are available on SharePoint. Please refer to them. Okay. I know policy papers are not very fun to read.
Yeah.
At least scroll down to the appendices. The appendices are where all the forms are. So at least you can see it there. Okay. Otherwise, thank you guys. I will. Yeah, I'll see you guys around if we don't see each other. 4 hours of training. Okay. Please make sure that you're. Okay. Thank you, everyone. See you. Bye bye.